Good evening, everyone. I call this meeting to order pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and is amended as of March 28, 2025. This meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and/or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting/hearing will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast unless required by law. This meeting will be recorded by the local scene. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury Government Access channels, which are Verizon 39 and Comcast 9. Viewers can visit the localscene.media/Duxbury for information about Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. Our first item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next is open forum. Anything from the board for open forum? And I note that our member Cindy Ladfiorini is joining remotely this evening, so our votes will be by roll call. Cindy, anything for open forum? Okay, anything from the public for open forum? These are items, yes sir, right to the microphone and introduce yourself for our record. These are items that are not on our agenda tonight, things you'd like to bring up to the select board.
Good evening, Stan Wheatley, 1548 Tremont Street. I was before you last week because I filed a petition, a citizen's petition to lower the speed limit on Tremont Street between Cox Corner and the Duxbury Marshfield Town Line. Last week, you told me that it was the procedure to go to the HSAC first and look for their recommendation. It happened that they had a meeting last week. I was able to go, and they have declined to give that recommendation, but they did it for two reasons, neither of which I think eliminates the need for this board or the desirability for this board to have a discussion and a vote on the issue. Obviously, got a full room. I'll be very brief. The first reason is that they told me, the commission told me, or committee, I'm sorry, told me in no uncertain terms that this board has told them in no uncertain terms that the window for 25-mile-an-hour speed limits is closed, that this board is not going to adopt Section 17C townwide, and it is no longer going to consider these requests on a case-by-case basis. Now, that makes no sense to me, but that's what they tell me. They said the last time we did this, we got spanked. Their word, not mine, spanked, and we're not going to stick our necks out again. So that's the first reason they gave. The second reason was substantive, but it's wrong. The Chairman Brogna is of the opinion that to qualify under Section 17C, you have to have a business district or a thickly settled district for a distance of 1/4 mile. And he's wrong for two reasons. The first reason is the 1/4 mile requirement doesn't apply to a business district, and half of this street is a business district. You could do a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit there immediately if you wanted to. The other half is thickly settled, and his mistake there is that he thinks the entire 1/4 mile has to be within the town of Duxbury, and that's not what the statute requires. There's nothing in the statute that prevents the district, a thickly settled district, from straddling a town line. And so, for all of those reasons, one of the reasons doesn't make any sense, and the other two reasons are wrong. I think we should tee this up for a discussion and a vote sometime in early January. So the rest, it's not just me, you understand. The whole neighborhood is behind us. So the neighborhood can come in and make their presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Open forum.
I have one thing,
Mr. Reed.
if I may. This past Wednesday, Duxbury lost a dear friend and just a wonderful person. I don't know if anybody knew John. He went by Jack Schusted. He passed away on December 10th. He was just 6 days shy of his 84th birthday. He had been married to his wife, Catherine, for 50 years. He has his son, John, daughter Sheila, and his daughter, Kimberly. He was a Duxbury call firefighter here in 1966, and then he served the town of Duxbury as a public safety dispatcher for both police and fire until his retirement in 2005. He was a volunteer driver for the seniors at the Senior Center. He was a proud member of the Duxbury Firefighters Relief Association and the Duxbury American Legion Post 223. I knew Jack from seeing him at the mall. He was a regular, and those of us that are regulars, we take care of our own, you know. In fact, probably half this room has seen me at the mall, but you know what I mean if I say that. He was just a great guy, and his son is a friend too. He does EMT work for the youth football, and they're just a lovely family. But if we could have a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, and our condolences to his family. Starting with new business, we have recognition of Duxbury Thrift Shop's 75th anniversary, which I'll be presenting. I understand this evening we have a number of members of the board of the Consignment Thrift Shop. Martha Schaefer, maybe if you could stand if I call you. Margie Harvey, Woody Lawson, Vivian Brock, and Kathy Fulham. If you could remain standing. Do we have any volunteers here this evening? Oh, Janet Rich. Janet, why don't you stand as well? Great. So the Consignment Thrift Shop has celebrated its 75th anniversary, and given the positive impact it's had on the town and the school generally, we thought it was appropriate to recognize you formally this evening. So we have a resolution, which I'll read into the record and I'll present to you, that I know will be displayed proudly at the shop. But this is a resolve and honor to recognize the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop Incorporated. Whereas the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop was founded in 1950 as part of the Duxbury All School Association and was incorporated as its own nonprofit organization in 1973 to pursue a mission of providing higher education, financial aid to graduating students from Duxbury High School. And whereas the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop has been a fixture in our town for 3/4 of a century, relocating multiple times over the years to allow for continued growth and expansion. And whereas, in addition to awarding scholarships, the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop provides sellers and buyers with a much-needed space to reuse and upcycle previously owned clothing, housewares, jewelry, and other treasures. And whereas, the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop has been operated exclusively by dedicated volunteers. And today, the shop has over 70 volunteers ranging in age from 14 to 90. And whereas the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop was recognized by South Shore Magazine as the best consignment shop of 2025, and finally, whereas over the past 75 years, the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop has awarded over $1.5 million in scholarships, including $300,000 over the past 2 years alone. Be it resolved that on this 15th day of December 2025, the town of Duxbury, through its select board chair and town manager, does hereby recognize with sincere appreciation the Duxbury Thrift and Consignment Shop Incorporated, together with its past and present directors, officers, and volunteers for 75 years of generous charitable service to our community. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for all your work.
And come on in and visit us.
They're more
Okay.
incognito.
Thanks, Brian. Well, as you know, it takes a village, so we couldn't do it without everybody.
Woody, let me have you say a couple words.
No, I'll wait. No, well, it takes a village, so we couldn't do it without regular customers, people bringing in their hand-me-downs or things that they just can't use right now. But it all goes to scholarship. And last year we gave $160,000 just for last year's graduating. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, okay.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you for all my ties and shirts. Much of
Clothes.
yeah.
Margie.
Next on our agenda, starting at 6:35, is a fee hearing. This is a discussion and vote pertaining to beach stickers, proposed fees and/or fee changes for the following: transfer station beach stickers, harbor master fees, town clerk fees, and animal control. I think we have a motion.
I move that Select Board open the public hearing regarding the proposed fee changes for the following: transfer station stickers, beach stickers, harbor master fees, town clerk fees, and animal control fees. Roll call vote.
Why don't we start with Cindy?
Cindy, aye.
All right, I'm sorry, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Cindy, aye, and then Mike?
Michael, aye.
Amy, aye.
Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Okay, the hearing is open, and this will be presented by Mary McKinnon, our Finance Director.
Just a quick note that I'll be presenting the first two, and there are other departments that
Okay.
will be presenting their own fees.
Okay.
So where do we start? I'm going to start with the transfer station. And you guys should have the slide deck.
Yep.
And if anybody else is looking for slide deck copies, they're on the back table, in the back corner of the room. So before I get started, I just want to let you know that this was presented to, all of these fee reviews were presented to the fiscal advisory committee.
Yeah.
We hear you.
Do you want to come up?
You can actually sit at the big chair.
I'm going to run my computer from over here, if it's okay. Just over to you. That's great, thank you.
There's plenty of seats in the front. Please.
Teachers don't mind sitting up front.
Let's see, hopefully that works better. I can't see a thumbs up back there or not, but, all right. So before we get started, I just want to let you know that all of the departmental fee reviews that you're going to hear this evening were presented to Fiscal Advisory last Tuesday evening, and all fees were approved by the Fiscal Advisory Committee as they are to be presented to you this evening. I'm going to cover the transfer station as well as beach fees, and these should come as no surprise. We've been talking about a fee review for these particular fees for at least 6 months, if not longer, that these fees were woefully overdue for a fresh review. So tonight we're going to focus first on transfer station. So the agenda is I'm going to talk a little bit about the services that are available at the transfer station, the current fee structure, the current operating deficit. We'll take a closer look at the revenues and expenses, and then we'll close out with the proposed fee modifications. In both cases, for the transfer station and for the beach, I am providing two different options for consideration. I will let you know that the Fiscal Advisory Committee recommended option 2 in both of these cases. Okay, so our beloved transfer station. This is the place where folks are able to dispose of their household waste, solid waste, bulky items, construction debris, and other refuse for valid permit holders. Permits are issued annually, and they are valid from April 1st through March 31st. So any fee modifications that are adopted this evening will go into effect for the next season's sticker prices. The town offers a pay-as-you-throw program to ensure that the cost of this service is equitable among the folks who use this service, and it is based on their consumption or usage using a per-bag fee. The operating hours are Wednesday through Sunday from 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. We did suffer a slight modification in the operating hours due to reductions in the current FY26 budget. Approximately 73% of households here in the town of Duxbury utilize or hold a sticker for the transfer station. It's approximately 4,400 households out of 6,000. So the problem that we're trying to address is that we have an operating deficit when it comes to the transfer station. Our revenues are less than our expenses. For 6 of the past 8 years, the transfer station has been operating at a deficit. Since FY20, our tipping fees, which is the cost of disposal for us to take the trash from the town of Duxbury and bring it to the incinerator, it's called a tipping fee. Those tipping fees are per ton, and they have increased 70% since FY20, while our sticker fee has remained the same during that time period. Since FY22, overall revenues have decreased 10.35%.
Mary, you'll be going through why. Thank you.
We're taking a look here at the current fee structure. These are the current prices over to the far right in a light blue shaded column. The current prices for the sticker fees only. You'll see that the last fee modification was in 2019. And the current 2025 fee or 2026 fee, which is the year that we're in, is approximately $105 for the flat fee per resident and then a pay-as-you-throw per bag fee on top of that. So given that these fees have not been looked at in a number of years and given that we have year-over-year deficits, it is time that we take a look at a fee modification this evening. With respect to fees, there are two other types of fees. There is the pay-as-you-throw blue bag fee, which is currently $1.25 for a 13-gallon bag, $2 for a 33-gallon bag. I can tell you that according to the transfer station, the majority of bags that go into the hopper are 33-gallon bags. The chart over to the right are the pricing structures for our bulky items and construction and demolition fees, things like mattresses, televisions, refrigerators, etc. This evening, we are not proposing any modifications to the bulky items or C&D fees. We are just focusing on the price of the permit as well as the per bag fee. So where does our revenue come from and how is it utilized to support this operation? 50% of our revenue comes from the flat fee for permits. That's a fixed revenue stream, which is very important in order to make sure that we do have fixed revenues coming into the operation in order to cover our expenses. 38% of our fees come from a sale of bags, those blue bags as we've come to love them, and 12% come from the C&D and bulky items revenue. In terms of our expenses, 1/3 of the revenue covers our cost of labor, or 29%. Almost 2/3 is for waste removal, the direct cost of us taking the trash out of the town of Duxbury and bringing it elsewhere, and 10% for other operations and maintenance. There we go. So here we're looking at a summary of revenues and expenses as well as the net surplus or deficit. So if you look at FY18, far left column, through FY25, that is an 8-year period for which we have actual results or actual performance. Top section shows the revenues, bottom section shows the expenses, and you can see for that 8-year window, we have had 6 of those 8 years with an operating deficit. There were 2 years where we did have a surplus, and there are 2 reasons, or one significant reason, which is there was a bag price increase that took place during that time period. And as a result, we saw a large uptick in the sale of bags. And if you look at the second row of revenue detail, you'll see that. FY21, we took in $358,000 worth of bag fees. And in FY22, we took in $462,000. So that generated the temporary surplus. But then we saw that either behavior changed or people started recycling more, but you could see a significant drop-off in the sale of those bags, and it continues to trend downward. And that is what is causing the result, that is what is causing our operating deficit, in addition to the fact that our expenses year over year continue to increase. And we're going to take a look at the tipping fee in just a moment. When we look at this analysis, I also want to point out that this is just including the direct operating costs and the direct operating revenues for the transfer station. It does not include any other indirect costs such as employee benefits or insurance, the fuel usage for our trucks to haul the trash to and from the incinerator, any other shared costs. Those are not factored into this particular analysis. We always like to remind ourselves that there are other costs associated with every single department, but when we look at these types of things, we look at the direct operating costs. So from a forecasting perspective, given the trend that we have been seeing with our declining revenues and our increasing expenses, if we apply a conservative escalator, you will notice that we will hang on a second. You will notice that we will continue to see a wider gap in our operating deficit. The red line shows our expenses going up at the top, and our revenues represent the green line with a downward trend. That 1 year where we saw the large operating surplus is the only time in this graph where you can see that the revenues are significantly above our operating expenses.
Sorry, Mary, I didn't catch the slide change. Can you go back to the previous slide, please?
I had a quick finger by mistake.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
So when you look at the O&M, right? So actual fiscal year 22 is 114, 146, 127, and the actual drop's 91, and then you pick it back up in your budget here to 164. Could you just explain what's going on there, please?
For FY25,
Your actual is 91, so basically it drops from 127 to 91, and then in your budget, fiscal year 26, you pick it back up to 164.
yep. So we'd have to look at the detail. But on that, I would estimate, Fernando, that there were either timing differences at year end when we captured the expenses being paid for the end of the year to our vendors. So because you'll see that the big jump in FY26, but that FY26 is an estimate.
It's an estimate.
Yep, it's not an actual. So there could be a timing difference from when those expenses were recorded for the end of the fiscal year. I'd have to pull out the detail and take a look at that with you.
Maybe after the meeting,
Sure, you bet.
If you could help me with that one, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So again, if we are to apply a conservative escalator for our declining revenues and our increasing expenses, you'll see that the gap is further widening. When we look at our revenues, again, I mentioned earlier a fixed revenue stream. It's important that we make sure that we are adequately capturing a fixed revenue stream in order to keep the doors, or the gates, if you will, open at the transfer station. But the town made a very conscious decision a long time ago to make sure that the use of the service was equitable based on the volume of trash that each household produces. Therefore, they implemented a pay-as-you-throw program, which is represented by the revenue in the middle line, or light blue here on this graph. And then C and D, I said earlier, we're not proposing any modifications. You can see that that's relatively flat, and we do charge for every single item that comes in and needs to be taken out of the transfer station. So with respect to permits, we sold in FY24 approximately 5,280 permits. There are, I said earlier, about 4,400 households. There are households that certainly hold more than one permit to the transfer station. FY25, we saw an uptick to 5,667 permits, which is an increase of 387. We can clearly see that we have a transition between regular residential permits and senior permits. The growth in senior permits really took off in FY25 with a 9.3% increase. We also saw a very significant and unusual increase in replacement stickers. This 29% increase is higher than normal. Oftentimes, people who purchase cars may have just come in and gotten their transfer station sticker, and then when they replace their car and have a new windshield, they have to come in and get a replacement sticker. We do require that people bring in the original sticker from their window in order to get the replacement fee, but we did see an uptick in those in FY25.
Quick question, Mary. What's a senior? What age?
62? 62. Yeah, we're not consistent with that across the board.
Is it all for all these stickers that we're talking about tonight? Beach, transfer station?
When I open my beach slide deck, I'll confirm that because I have the age listed in there. Okay, then yes, it is.
Okay, 62.
Okay. Pay-as-you-throw bags. Again, this is a look at the historical revenue generated through the individual sale of the pay-as-you-throw bags. And this is a revenue analysis from our C&D, construction and debris and bulky items. I did want to note that in FY21 there was a significant uptick, and that was during the time period where people were at home doing home improvement projects, and they weren't going to work, so they were producing far more trash at home that was ending up at our transfer station. Again, this is, we've talked about the expenses on a previous slide, so this is the 8 years of actual expenses from FY18 through FY25 with its component breakdown. So these are our tipping fees, and this is the single largest cost of this operating budget, is the fee that we pay to our vendor to haul our trash out of town. Up until FY20, the town was in a contract with a vendor, and we had a 2.5% annual increase on our tipping fees. During COVID, every single community in the Commonwealth saw their vendors come back with them and force a renegotiation of the contract, and all communities incurred a much larger increase given the volume of trash that was being produced, as well as the limitations that were imposed by overseas countries not accepting our plastics and our bulky items as they used to. So we saw an over 70% increase in our tipping fees during the time period of FY20 through FY26. I'm happy to report that we just entered into a new contract with our vendor to resume 2.5% increases on our tipping fees. But the natural question would be, well, if that tipping fee went up 70% during that time period, is it ever going to come back down? And the answer is no.
No.
Of course not. So we are now entering into a new 10-year agreement, so we will have at least some consistency and some predictability over what our fees will be going forward, but that is our single largest fee that we have in our operating budget for the transfer station. Here's an example of some of the other expenses that we have. Construction debris is picked up by South Shore Disposal. Our glass that gets recycled is picked up by AE Wood. Plastics and paper are disposed of by Capital Paper. And these are the prices that we pay per ton. So you can see over a 5-year period from FY21 through FY25, we have seen increases in almost all of these categories, the largest of which is tires. It's a low price point, but a significant increase at 97.5%. So the cost of doing business is increasing year over year. So there have been some informal conversations about why don't we consider curbside collection? And it is certainly something that the town can undertake if they so choose, but there are a couple of things to think about, and that, of course, would not be something that would be in play for the sticker fees for the upcoming season. So with all of the costs that we're talking about here this evening, the town periodically goes out and does a vendor survey with curbside collectors to get their current pricing. This pricing is actually from June of 24, so it's over a year old. And if you look right in the middle, Marhar Removal and Disposal is the cheapest curbside collector at $540 per year. I will tell you that these prices, again, do not go down. So if we were to do an updated price analysis, I would anticipate that that would be higher than $540 per year.
And Maher just sold to another, so they are no longer, they did.
So when you see the total cost of operation per household in a couple of slides from now, you'll see that the town of Duxbury is still an economical choice, even with these price increases that we're talking about this evening. So some considerations in terms of curbside collection, and it's not a decision that we would make here this evening, but if it is something that the board would like to entertain, then some of the things that you would need to keep in mind are not only is there a convenience factor for our residents, but there's a cost, and as I said, the cost of curbside collection per household right now, for a private hauler, is traditionally more expensive than the transfer station services that we offer. If the town were to go out for our bid and try to see what the price points would be, we would more than likely end up having a lower fee than some of the ones that you saw there, but may not be more economical than us operating the transfer station ourselves. However, there are other factors to consider, such as increased traffic congestion on our town roads, waste bins on the curbs and in the middle of the roads. Those trucks typically operate different routes, different days of the week, so it would be a nonstop cycle of having those trucks on your roadways, and they would be commingled with the existing private haulers that people have already contracted with. If we were to entertain reduced staffing at the transfer station, that would mean fewer snow removal resources for us, so it would have an impact on other areas of our operation. And then the decision would need to be made on what we do with the existing transfer station, whether we keep it open for recycling only, or we close it entirely and maybe contract with some other community for our recycling. So there's lots of considerations that need to be discussed and decided upon before the town would entertain private curbside collection. So at this point, what we're talking about is the existing fee structure for the existing transfer station. So again, this is just a placeholder showing you that, reminding you of the operating deficit. And these are the proposed fee options. On the left-hand side is the current fee with the average quantity of stickers that we sell. So stickers at the top and bag fees at the bottom. The average quantity that we're basing this analysis on is the FY24 and FY25 volumes sold that I showed you in a previous slide, and we're taking an average of that, which is a slight reduction over the current years, over FY25's actual quantities. Option 1 is looking at a 20% increase in the transfer station fee. That is the target. You will see that in the middle column where it says actuals, some of those numbers are slightly under 20% and some are slightly over, and that is due to rounding it to a whole number and keeping the fee simple as opposed to an odd number with pennies. So with a 20% increase in the fees, we are looking at a potential incremental increase in revenue of $81,588. And with a 20% increase in the pay-as-you-throw fee for the bags, it would result in a 13-gallon bag costing $1.50 and a 33-gallon bag costing $2.25. And it is estimated that that would generate incremental revenue of $54,254 for a total of $135,842. That's option 1. Option 2 is proposing a 30% increase, which would bring a regular resident transfer station sticker from $105 to $135 and a senior from $45 to $60. Again, the target was 30%. Some are slightly above and slightly below, simply for rounding purposes. That option would generate an estimated $121,000 in incremental revenue and a 30% increase in the bag fees. You'll see the price per bag listed there. $1.60 for a small bag, $2.60 for a larger bag. That would generate an additional $96,823 for a total of $218,000 of incremental revenue. Any questions on that?
Yeah, how much are we short? We need to make up 73,000. That's how much we're short.
So that was the operating deficit from FY25. Right now, in the current year, I would anticipate that that would be slightly higher. Now, this estimate here for FY26 is showing $236,000 as a projected deficit. I will tell you that that is a little aggressive because that is based on a budgetary number, not an actual number. And that budgetary number, if we think about our tipping fees, for example, if we don't haul, was the word, if we don't haul as much trash as we were anticipating, we'll end up having a savings in that budget for tipping fees. And if we don't utilize as much overtime as is budgeted right now, then we will have a savings. That deficit that you're seeing is based on the total budget, but I anticipate that we may not be spending the total budget. Does that make sense? So I expect the operating deficit to be less than that.
If you look at fiscal year 23, 24, 25, it looks roughly about, eyeballing it, about 75,000 deficit, right?
Yep, give or
Eyeballing
take.
it, right? Give or take.
Give or
Yeah.
take, yep.
So can I ask a question? Hopefully I can articulate this well. So where the fee has to be used for the service that is being provided. So if we were to raise the fees as an option 2, and we were to collect the $96,000 that would generate,
218.
yet our deficit was slightly less, as Fernando said, around 75, then we're collecting more in fees than we're providing a service for. So how do we negotiate, how do we handle that?
Yep. So when we talked earlier about the direct expenses of that department, we did not talk about the capital needs of that department. So there are some significant capital needs that are on the horizon, not the least of which is the either full replacement or a major repair of the hopper system where you throw your trash in and the hydraulics move it into the containers. That is in need of repair, as well as a number of the trucks. So what would happen is that any surplus, we would earmark that. It would close out to free cash, and we would earmark that for future capital needs of the transfer station.
I have a few questions. Wow, that's terrible.
It is.
So, just a couple of things here. Can we get those hours back with the 8:30 to 3:30? I've gotten a couple of complaints about, especially the early morning. What is part of this factoring in an additional employee or?
It is not.
Okay, so we're not getting that back.
Not at this time.
A couple of the other things I was thinking about, just as a user, the upholstered end of things, there's a $40 charge for any upholstered. Wondering if we can do something along the lines of a small upholstered, like a chair or things like that. If we could capture some of that, I think people just throw those in the mall if they can and then run away. That might capture more if we have like a $20 or something like that. A bigger bang for our buck, and I think this is global for all the fees. I asked about this senior piece. People working longer in their lives now, maybe raising the age on the senior. I don't think we should do it now because this is something that people have probably become accustomed to. But I'd explore even 2 or 3 years might capture some more people in the fees there. I don't know if we've figured out how many people that is, but we have people at the top of their earning getting a discount essentially in 2025.
We can certainly look at those suggestions for the next cycle of fee hearings. So we know we do
Right.
them twice a year. So if that's something that the board would
Just
like us
a
to look at.
personal thought, but I don't know if the other board members have any thoughts on that.
I don't know, I felt like we dove right down into the weeds there.
Into the trash.
The weeds and the trash.
The trash.
Yeah.
Not to, I
No,
don't want
that's
to
it.
dismiss your concerns. I have a bigger question about the option 2 number and the revenue so this is the additional
That's just
revenue.
bags. So you're looking at that.
So that's the total, but it increases our amount by,
That's just a subtotal.
oh, all right. When we talked about the trash pickup curbside, was that when you were looking at comparisons, were you comparing the old rates, or were you looking at the potential new rates
Current new rates.
the new rates? Okay. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Looking at this,
Sorry, so I didn't get to this slide
Oh,
yet, which
get
is
to it.
the household impact,
Go ahead
in
and get
case
to it.
folks in the room are curious.
yep.
So when we look at option 1, which is a 20%, or option 2, which is a 30%, laid side by side is the current fees as well as the proposed fee. So if you're a household that uses one 13-gallon bag per year, you're currently paying a sticker fee of $105, and where's your bag fee? Down the bottom, bags per week is 100. So down the bottom, your sticker fee of $105 and your 13-gallon bags, 1 per week, is $65 for a total of $170. Can you see that in the lower left? And if you're a household that produces 4 13-gallon bags, you are currently paying $260 for bags, $105 for your sticker, for a total of $365. If we were to implement option 1 at the top in green, if you are a household that produces 1 bag of trash, you would be spending $78 on bags instead of $65, and your sticker fee would go from $105 to $125 for a total cost of $203. The annual increase on that option is $33, and the monthly increase is, they're rounded, generally just under $3. If you're a household that uses 4 bags per week, then your pay-as-you-throw, 4 13-gallon bags, your pay-as-you-throw cost is $260 for bags, $100 fee for your sticker. Currently, you're at $365. You would be going to $437 a year, which would be a $72 increase annually, or essentially $6 a month. Do you see that
Yeah.
in those 2 charts up there? Okay. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I'm just coming back to this slide, right? The decrease in the sale of bags.
Right.
Right, so I'm concerned that if we increase it significantly to 30%, this is going to go even further, right, reducing our revenue.
Yeah, it's very
So-
elastic.
So the fixed element is if people want to use the transfer station. So I'm suggesting maybe the better option is a combo.
Hybrid.
Option 2 for the fixed price is 30%, and then basically option 1, 20% for the bags to try and minimize this potential change.
That is certainly an option, yes.
How do these options affect our overall budget? And like what the town manager's recommending here, and do they have any significant impacts one way or the
They
other?
do. So you are going to see that the budget this evening that you are going to be hearing from the town manager does factor in fee increases related to our conversations here this evening.
Which ones?
You'll see there's a chart that we'll hand out.
Oh, okay.
What kind of a, Mary?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, no, just wondering if the budget that Randy's going to present has increases, fee increases in it, what percentage? You know, are we looking at 20% increase, 30% increase?
For these that we're talking about right now,
Yeah.
I believe you just said that the budget as presented reflects an increase in fees.
so it will, to answer your question, Cindy, it's actually a hybrid. So the chart that you're going to see this evening, where we are showing the projected impact of these fee increases, there is a potential by adopting option 2 here and option 2 on the beach, plus the other fees that you're going to hear in a moment. If we were to look at sort of our maximum projected potential for increasing revenues, it's estimated to generate $638,000. But the budget, we are anticipating to be more conservative and utilizing a little over $500,000 of that. So does that answer your question, Cindy?
Yeah.
Great.
I do have another question though.
Sure.
I had some confusion about the slide showing the increase year by year, the increased deficit. And, yeah, that one. And I don't understand why there is such a enormous increase from fiscal year 25 to the estimate for fiscal year 26 of deficit.
And that is because the FY '26, '27, and '28 projections are based on the budget, not actuals. And the budget we anticipate is higher than the actuals. We anticipate that it will come in lower than what you're seeing here.
Is it going to come in more towards what, the $100,000 or $75,000?
So I can't, my crystal ball is not with me this evening, but I can't anticipate that with 100 degree of certainty, Cindy, because what we're talking about here is a discretionary service. And people's behavior can be very elastic based on the price of that service. And so since this service is inherently designed to reflect usage and what people are willing to pay for those per bag fees, it is going to be wholly dependent upon the response and reaction to these fee increases that will be implemented for March 1st.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so you have two options laid out and a hybrid option on the table.
And the hybrid suggestion is 30% for the sticker fee and a 20% increase for the bags. And I'm sorry, can you just explain why that is a better, that might be a preferred option?
Okay, so the option 2 for the fixed prices, right? If you have to pay that anyway. Do you want to use a transfer station, right? So basically, it's a choice of use it or not use it, right? So basically, I would say that would be inelastic, relatively inelastic, right? But the trouble here is that the use of bags have gone down, right? Pay-as-you-go. So some people being more efficient with their uses of bags. So if we ramp it up to 30%, we may lose more revenue and not generate the revenue that we're looking for because of a reduction in usage. So, and then the bottom line is that still generates $175,000 worth of revenue, right? Which when you look at the past 23, 24, 25, it more than covers it. And if it turns out that it's a higher number, then we have another opportunity once we have firm numbers for transfer station actuals, right? We can always come back and take another look at it.
Yep, and we can talk about the service hours and a couple of other things. Yep.
Yep.
So we want to incentivize folks to use the municipal option as
Correct.
much as possible. And
Yep.
and I'm concerned, Fernando, I share your concern about pushing folks to maybe use private haulers. If those numbers get too close, well, why should I drive to the transfer station if they'll come pick up my barrel at the end of the driveway? So I'm concerned that if we push 30% on both, even though bags themselves aren't terribly expensive, that it might be just enough of a nudge to have residents rethink the private hauler. And I'm concerned, like Fernando, that a drop in the bag volume will result in a significant drop in revenue. I'm less concerned about the sticker cost itself, given the incremental increase, and we need to be able to rely upon that number to fund the activities. But I guess the other things we have going for us, and we need to make sure that again, we're a better deal than the private haulers. With the sticker, you'll continue to be able to bring your recyclables and dump those for the sticker, right? It's no extra charge.
Right.
So your glass, your plastic, your paper, you get a barrel of other stuff once a week. What would you put in that?
One free barrel,
Yeah.
that's C&D.
So if you're cleaning out the garage or whatever, okay. Speaking of garage, you have your, if you're doing your own maintenance, for equipment, you have that oil disposal that I don't think costs extra, right? You can do that with your sticker, so that's not something a private hauler is going to I'm just trying to compare apples to apples. Why would a resident continue to use the town? And I think we have to demonstrate that it's more than just what you put in the barrel at the end of the driveway. So can we elaborate on that a little bit more? And I think that'll put these fees in context.
Let me give you two things that I've got as personal examples. Of course, you're forgetting the mall, but I'll leave that one aside.
And the
Some people really like that more than others.
Yes, some really do. But aside from that, the reason that one of these spreadsheets exists is because, just out of curiosity, I've been tracking it for the past 12 years to see what the sweet spot is to have people cross over from using the transfer station to a private hauler. And in the years I've looked at this, because I have Nancy call every couple of years, hey, see who the vendors are. And last time, like Mary said, last time we did it was 24, so I didn't realize that the other outfit had
Just sold.
okay, so they're
Very, very
had we done that, I probably would have found that out and found out what their new rate is. But you'll notice on that other spreadsheet, ABC went out of business, and so they're now handled by a whole totally different outfit. But the reason I wanted to know is what is the moment that people say, okay, we're going to go with private hauling, and it's actually between 3 and 4 bags. So if you're a 3 to 4 bag family, it actually, and if you're 4 and up, it makes more sense for you to go private hauling than it does to the transfer station in terms of the dollars you spend and your time, because the most precious commodity anybody has is time. So if they say, I don't want to go there on a Saturday anymore, or a Sunday, or whatever day they choose, I want to go private hauling, 3 to 4 is, closer to 4 is generally the average that will cause somebody to do that. And of course, that's all based on what you're doing. How many people do you have living in the house? Are you throwing everything away? Are you recycling? The way you drive that back down is you, in some cases, you increase the fee for bags, and that will drive people toward the pay-as-you-throw function, and so they'll reduce the amount going into their bags, and maybe in some cases reduce the number of bags they're using and the size, because they're going to expand the number of recyclables. Mm-hmm. It changed dramatically when Operation China Sword kicked in, and that was when they were leaving the barges full on the shores in China, in Taiwan, not accepting recyclables from Europe and the United States, because they were leaving them right there because the market had been saturated. There was a glut. They had too many recyclables, so they weren't taking them, and that's when things really shifted. And that was just prior. That was at the moment when we no longer did commingling. We separated it, and then the market shifted into plastics and paper and cardboard, because those are all commodities and they're traded at different rates. So whatever the commodity rate is for those 3 products, that can also fluctuate on literally a daily basis.
Mike also made a good point about maybe opening the hours back up. And again, as we're thinking about fees, and I understand your answer, Mary, which is this is like for like in terms of services. We're not suggesting additional services in exchange for these additional fees. This is maintaining what we have. But whatever we can do to convince people in town to use the municipal facility, I think anything that can encourage that is going to be to our advantage. We've spoken up here. Cindy, I want to give you an opportunity, and then this is a public hearing, so I want to give the public a chance as well.
What is it you're looking for right now?
Any other comments before I open it to the public?
No, I don't. I would be, I think, averse to going to 30% for both of them. I came in tonight thinking 20% for both, but I'd like to hear what other people say about it. I just think too big of a jump would be seen poorly by our residents.
All right. Anybody from the public wish to address this, pro or con? Betsy. We know who you are, but if you'd introduce yourself for our record, please.
Yep, Betsy Sullivan, Washington Street. The Finance Committee did support option 2. It seemed to be a de minimis, the amount of change in the cost of the bags. We don't, as a community, have to provide a dump or transfer station. It's something that people choose, and we were hopefully moving towards making it not be an added expense to the bottom line. Also, by increasing the hours, you will be then incurring overtime with every, well, it's something, Mike, I mean.
No, I don't know if we're going to. I think she
Yeah,
said we're
but
not.
so I don't suggest adding that half hour back. People, have adapted to it. I haven't really heard much complaint about it, and scheduling it so that you are mandating overtime doesn't seem like a good idea in this environment. But it seemed a reasonable increase, and what the point of looking at these fees are is, A, we had ignored them for too long. I don't really think you're going to be looking at them every year. So doing the 30%, you don't have to increase it again next year. You probably won't have it back in front of you for a few years, so it might just even out and make it so that we have the ability to support this service to the community for a period of time. Thank you.
Just to be clear, the changing the hours isn't on the table for the FY26 budget,
26.
or 27?
No, it's not.
27.
Okay, so they're not going to get it.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Nancy? Oh, yeah, Bree, go right ahead.
Get rid of this.
Are you, I don't know if you're calling on me.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Bree Lane, Union Street. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in here that I've scheduled, for a lot of my life, and I understand we go into overtime, but I do think, more than anything, the residents that I've talked to that have switched out of using the transfer station, it's because of the attitude of the people that they've run into. So I think that we have to remember that, even though we are at a job and it might be a hard day or something, that the interactions that we have with the public as community service, providers, we really have to watch ourselves, because that is one of the biggest things that I've heard, is it's a problem with the interactions with the employees, the interactions with, the take and go, it being thrown away before, the day's even halfway done, things like that. So, maybe we keep it to 3:30, but maybe we, I don't know, just look at the attitudes, maybe we revisit the take and go. It's my 2 cents, it's what I've seen.
Okay, thank you. Amy?
I just want to say that my husband is a frequent flyer at the dump. He actually brings coffee and donuts to the guys. He has the highest praise for the guys that work at the dump. So I'm surprised to hear that, Bree, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in and ask another kind of crazy question, just because this is probably the only time I'm ever going to be able to ask it. But other communities have a service where their garbage is picked up, like compostable garbage. And I think it goes to some type of farm, or, I know Situate, my sister has she has actually a garbage pail down in the ground, and somebody comes and they don't charge for it. Has that ever been explored in Duxbury? No. Okay.
Not since I've lived here, doesn't mean they didn't do it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mary, the final slide you have about the estimated household impact, I think, is very helpful. And I'm asking anybody who knows the answer, do we happen to have any sense as to how this breaks down in the community generally? I don't know how we monitor bags, but, are most folks throwing in one bag, or is this going to affect, a greater number of people in town? I'm trying to gauge how these fees are going to impact sort of the average family, so to speak. Is there any way to ballpark that based upon these figures that we have?
I don't have that.
I know anecdotally what my neighborhood looks like, one bag a week typically for a family.
Yeah.
That's kind of my vision, but when you're saying there are families with like 4 bags, for example, do we have a lot of them? Yeah.
It all depends, yeah.
We could calculate an average based on the number of tons that we're hauling out of town and the number of bags that make up a ton, but there would be a lot of assumptions built into that,
yeah.
which would be how many of those bags are 13-gallon and how many of them are
Yeah.
33-gallon. So we could come up with some type of an estimate for what it's worth.
Yeah, and also don't want to discourage. I get concerned that if we discourage the use of bags, either by the cost of them, that we, people will put more things maybe in the recycled that shouldn't go there, or, we already have a problem with people dumping stuff on some of the town-owned land and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, we don't want to
we walk a
incentivize
fine
bad
line there.
behavior.
No. Yeah.
Well, Fernando, I'm curious, because I'm sort of with you on the 30/20.
Yep.
But as I'm looking at the numbers, with the bags, the monthly increase between the 20% and the 30%, if you're a one-bagger for the big bags like me, that's $3 versus $5. I mean, is that, do we think that's going to be a big enough dent to
That's per
encourage
week.
folks to,
That's, then, or the,
it's monthly,
No,
isn't it?
it's monthly.
Last column.
that's what bags per week. Plus, monthly increase, $5.
Yeah.
Again, this is the only thing why is it going down?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why is it going down?
Price elasticity,
And we,
behavior.
So basically behavior, right? So,
Behavior.
anyway, I'm just trying to find a sweet spot, so to speak, right?
Betsy, is there anything that the FinCom looked at as part of your review? The elasticity on the bags?
No, we did not have a survey on bags. But I would remind you that if less people are using the transfer station, it also costs us less as a community because our tipping costs are the biggest issue. So if there is less tonnage to go, it costs us less. So it will work out. We're not going to, it's not as though your tippage is going to stay the same. If less people are going to the dump, the tippage is less, and it balances out. So God love you for worrying about it, but I think it's okay.
Okay. Hey, thank you for your comment, Betsy.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it. Thank you.
my prayers.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we're just trying to make a decision for the town, right? Okay, so thank you.
All right, any other comments from the board, questions?
No.
All right, does anybody care to make a motion?
We're sticking with the 30% then?
Well, what do we think? So why don't I recognize Cindy to kick us off? Maybe a straw poll here.
I don't.
Oh, we've got-
Oh, here we go.
Hold on,
Like
Jay.
I said, I would just go with 20%. If I was, if somebody were to make that motion, I would say yes. But, I'm not going to vote no on 30%,
Okay.
if that makes any sense.
JR.
Jack Kent Jr., 1351 Tremont Street. I'm also on the Finance Committee. So if a family uses 3 33-gallon bags a week, under the current rate, they're spending $6. If they use the same amount of trash, 3 bags, they're spending $7.80 or $1.80 a week. Where are you going to get your deficit money? You need places to get money. We have a shortage of income. This is a chance for $1.80 a family a week. I would vote for the 30%.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right,
Fair
thank you.
argument.
Can I just, the basic principle is fees should cover our expenses, right?
Yes.
Okay? So, hi Betsy. I know it's different. So, again, I just want to be fair, right? That we're not here to, we're not a profit-generating organization, right? The town?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the past 3 years, and yeah, with the combination of 1 and 2, we generate 175, 50 short. I don't know. We can. I mean, these all the points that the Finance Committee are making are all valid points. Is an incremental. It's de minimis, so to speak. You could argue, but we're certainly generating more money than we need, based on these forecasts, on past data. So, anyway, that's it. I've had enough.
I'm comfortable with the 30%. I'm right in the smack of that average user.
30 for the both.
It's going to cost me under $300 a year if I do the math.
Okay. Amy? Okay, Bree, go ahead.
It's just quick, but, not for nothing. Obviously, the general public is going to be received differently than someone that brings them coffee and donuts. So I understand where you're coming from, but let's
Thank
just
you.
be realistic that
Thank you.
maybe not everyone is going to be treated the same. That's all
Thank,
I'm saying.
thank you, Bree.
Thank you.
Amy, any thoughts on how you'd
No,
like us to go?
I struggle with this. I think, we're all sensitive to the resident taxpayers. We don't like to increase fees, but the numbers are the numbers. I mean, the costs are what they are, and we need to increase the fees to cover the costs. And we've had both fiscal advisory and the finance committee look at this, and it's certainly tough for me to say, yeah, no, we shouldn't go, 30%, where we need to go 30%. So as unpalatable as it is what it is.
Okay.
Okay. I'm fine with 30%.
Okay, and I think another way to approach this is, again, to remind everybody what amenities we have at the transfer station that you don't have with private hauling. And 30% looks like a big number when you look solely at the percentage, but if we break it into dollars, if you're using one 33-gallon bag a week, it's an additional $5 a month or $60 a year approximately. So I think that kind of puts things in perspective. So I'd be comfortable raising both by 30%.
Great,
Yep.
thank you.
I move to recommend the revised transfer station-related fees as shown in option 2. Set fees to take effect as of March 1st, 2026.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the roll. Cindy?
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Amy, aye.
Brian, aye.
Nando, aye.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, yes, we don't want anybody passing out. Go ahead and turn the AC
Or you can
on.
open a window.
Where's the window?
All right. So next will be Beach.
Okay, so we're going to try to go through this one much faster because the structure is the
Can
same.
you folks in the back hear? Okay? Okay.
Yeah. The structure is the same. We're going to take a look at revenues, deficits, revenues, expenses, operating deficits, and two options for a proposal. So I'll fly through this a little bit quicker. All right, beach sticker fees. Here's your current fee structure.
Yep.
$190 for a discounted resident prior to April 30th, or $210 per year. That column on the right in light green indicates the current fee structure. As you look at this historical chart, you'll see that the last time fees were revised was in 2020, and they were actually reduced because the beach was closed, and there was a COVID modification. Prior to that, your fees were really established back in 2018. So this is long overdue for taking a good close look at this. These are the quantities sold. So again, we'll look at FY24 and the type of sticker and the quantity sold versus FY25. Using those quantities sold on the far right-hand column, we're calculating an average volume upon which these projections will be based. We can see that the bulk of our revenue is coming in from non-resident stickers. Not necessarily the volume, but the revenue associated with those stickers. In general, we had an uptick in the sale of stickers from FY24 to 25 of about 22%. We sold 1,600 more in 25 than we did in 24, and that generated some additional revenue for us. So, with that being said, let's take a look historically. And Mike, this answers your question on the senior. It is a 62 and older fee for that, as we said a moment ago. Okay. So what we're proposing, we're just going to jump right in here, is your current fee is $210. Option 1 is looking at a 20%? Yeah, 15%. Actually, option 1 is 15 and option 2 is 30. So option 1 at a 15% increase, generally speaking, would result in a regular resident sticker fee going from $210 to $240. And under option 2, which is a generally 30% increase, you'd go from $210 to $270. You see how those two charts work?
Yep.
And the percent increases along the way. This is a graphical look at our beach surplus and deficit. So from FY17 through FY25, we can see historical actuals. You can see that our revenues have plummeted from our high point in FY18. We'll look at empirical data in just a moment. But our expenses continue to increase, and our revenue, surprisingly, had an upturn in FY25. Now, if you look at this chart and you start in FY21, you will see a year-over-year downward trend in the revenue that we were generating from the beach. So when the estimates were put together for FY25, we anticipated that that trend would continue. However, we were pleasantly surprised that we sold more stickers, and I think that was due to a lot of the really good work that the town did in terms of gaining access to the beach, as well as off-season stickers. And we saw, and nice weather. There was a nice trend of good weather where we saw a lot of folks coming in and purchasing stickers midway through the season. So when we look at the empirical data, given that our revenues had demonstrated a general decline and our expenses have continued to increase year over year, because this is a very labor-dependent operation, we are anticipating that there will be a continued deficit with respect to the beach operations. So this is the empirical data that we are seeing beginning in FY23 year over year. We have seen a decline in the revenue. Our high water mark was FY18 when the town generated $1.87 million in revenues from the beach, with a surplus of $804,000. These are the deficits that we have incurred for FY23, 24, and 25. On the next slide, we're going to take a look at the expenses, and you will see. I have expenses, revenues first and then expenses. This is the breakdown by permit. We didn't start tracking revenues at the individual permit type level until FY24. Prior to that, everything was commingled in an oversand vehicle permit line, revenue line, but now we have the ability to start to build historical data and do some much more deeper analysis on where those revenue sources are coming from. But when we look at, that's our high water mark that I mentioned in FY18. In FY24, we were down 38% from 2018, and currently we're down 28% from 2018. These are some graphical representations of year-over-year revenues, but we're going to take a look at expenses. So our expenses, before we look at the data, what it includes from an empirical standpoint is it includes 100% of the lease, the annual lease payment that we pay to the Duxbury Beach Reservation, as well as staffing costs across a couple of different departments. It includes 100% of the cost of the beach lifeguard department, 100% of the cost of beach operations, 15% of the cost of the treasurer collector's staff, and 9% of their expense budget, and 15% of the salaries for the recreation director and the recreation administrative assistant who handles all of the scheduling of the beach rangers in the summer. And then it includes 100% of the expense items, not just the salaries, but expense items for beach ops and beach lifeguards. What it does not include is listed at the bottom of this chart. It does not include employee benefits, capital improvements, any O&M costs for town hall, where our staff are collecting those sticker fees, any fuel usage on beach and DPW vehicles, the cost of the DPW staff coming 2 to 3 times a week to remove the trash from the beach, the road resurfacing that they do annually, the equipment placement and removal that they do annually. It does not include the tipping fees for the trash that's hauled out of the beach, any legal services that we incur as we negotiate that lease or have issues year over year. And it does not include, that is not $5 billion for a budget, that is the 5B budget request for an additional beach op staff. So none of that is included in the expenses that you see here. These are just the direct operating expenses attributable to beach lifeguards and treasure collector salaries. So we can see an upward trend in our expenses in the cost of operating that beach, and that is due to a couple of things. Because it's labor intensive, the cost of our labor is growing annually. The cost of the beach lease up until this point had been growing at $50,000 a year, and we have put the brakes on that a little bit over the last couple of years and have maintained a consistent expense of $1 million per year. But this is the trend with respect to the expenses for operating the cost of the beach. We talked about the two options a moment ago. So here's where the projected revenue increases come into play. If you were to adopt option 1, which is an approximate 15% increase, the town could generate an estimated $190,000 in additional revenues. If you adopted option 2, which is an approximate 30% increase, you could generate about $367,000 in additional revenue from this operation. Any questions?
Mary, where does the, let's see here, estimated, trying to reconcile numbers, right? You've got this one, beach stickers, quantity sold, you got the average volume of 7875. This slide here, right?
Yep.
You've got
So look over on the right-hand side.
7878. So how do you come up with that number?
So that is the average between the volume sold in FY24 and the volume sold in FY25. Those are the last 2 fiscal years that we have actuals for.
Okay, just simple average.
Yep.
Between the, between each line of the breakdown.
Yeah, and given that this operation and the revenue that's generated, it's volatile year over year. So looking at a 5-year trend really doesn't make sense, especially when we're so beholden to the HCP and the restrictions on the beach. It really needs to be a much shorter time period.
Yeah.
Mary, what's the deficit?
535,107, right? So we're not even close at the 30%.
I'm sorry, 5?
So last year's actual deficit, as we closed out FY25, was $160,524.
Oh, I see. So that next number was what you had estimated for,
Yeah,
no, that's the 26 estimate.
Correct.
And we don't have actuals yet for, no.
Right. We won't have that until the end of the year.
Okay.
Do we have,
Like the transfer station, it could be less.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Mike.
do we have any idea what other oversand beaches are charging for their annual or monthly stickers or whatever they're charging?
I do not, and we've sort of been admonished by fiscal advisory that they don't want to look at outside communities. They want to focus on what Duxbury is doing. So we did not include that in here.
I think that would have been prudent. There's probably only a handful. I'm pretty sure we're way under some of the, at least like a Martha's Vineyard. That's like I think $500 or something like that. But it would have been nice to let the community know what the other beaches are charging.
Okay.
And how this is a discount.
I have no idea. I don't know. Plymouth is the closest,
Yeah,
right?
Plymouth may be on par with us, but I don't know.
So I see, Mary, in the right-hand column, I'm looking at slide 14, that you've included an assumption of a decline in volume as a result of the increases, which I think is very helpful for us to have an appreciation of. So the proposed totals for 2 and 3, those are assuming the decline in volume, the fewer number of stickers.
Assuming that 9% decline in volume. Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good context. Thank you. Questions from the board? Happy to open it up to the public. Any questions, comments concerning the projected, for the fee increase for the beach? Anybody online? No?
Do we know what fiscal advisory and finance committee?
Option 2.
2.
So Finance Committee has not voted these. It's only been presented to fiscal advisory, and they chose option 2.
And fiscal recommended option 2.
That is correct. Yes.
All right. There's nothing further.
Yeah, we have to cover expenses, right? And so
Yes, we do.
option 1 doesn't, well, we had a good year, fiscal year 27, but these increases may drive down oversend stickers, right? So
No, I actually don't think this has anything to do with the driving
so?
up or down. I think it's has very much to do with the product and access.
Okay.
And I don't think tonight I could go on for probably 45 minutes about that, but I think, you know, it's incumbent on us to always focus on access, and people will pay for it if it's there, at least, you know, to a reasonable point. I think these are reasonable points, and someone who uses it a lot like me, this breaks down to about $2 a trip. So it's not a, you know, it's not an unreasonable ask. And we've seen even on Labor Day, people are paying it just for the day, the old rate.
And we welcome that.
So,
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it's a revenue source. I would like it to be a little bit less, but I see the need given the loss in revenue.
Yeah.
I see the need. I think this will be further impacted by the closure of the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
So I think there's some tough times ahead, but I think if the expenses are what they are,
Yep.
we need to cover those expenses. I'm thinking that the Finance Committee would probably have been in favor of the 30%, so.
Yep.
May I have a motion?
I move to recommend the revised beach-related fees as shown in option 2 above, said fees to take effect as of March 1st, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the roll. Cindy?
Cindy, I.
Michael, I.
Amy, aye.
Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Okay, next, I believe, is Harbor Master fees.
Do we
Mr.
have a
Emerson.
handout? No.
Where is Mr. Emerson? I don't see him around
There he
anywhere.
is.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry. I do not have
You don't
PowerPoint
need slides.
presentation. I'm sorry.
We're
That's
good.
even,
Any handout?
no offense to Mary, but
We're good.
this is great.
You'll find on page 7 of my brief. No, I'm just kidding. So do you, I don't know, you all have the, okay, cool. Just briefly, we evaluate our fees fairly regularly. You're going to see our fees have been updated a little bit more recently than the previous fees. We evaluate, make sure they're fair, current, aligned with our current cost recovery goals and day-to-day operations, as well as our long-term capital planning. We take into account, you know, the guiding principles of voluntary exchange for service, benefit to a specific party, and cost recovery. That cost recovery is the direct costs, as everyone has mentioned, like specifically the harbor master staffing, but the indirect costs, such as the administrative work, all the stuff that goes behind the scenes of actually collecting those fees, processing those fees, and doing all the actual work, aside from getting a sticker or getting a permit, is done through treasurer collector's office, municipal services. It takes obviously a lot of people to do the kind of work that we're doing. You can see from the spreadsheet, it's pretty much a data-driven approach. It's based on real numbers of how many feet are actually out in the harbor, how many permits are sold, how many people are sitting on waiting lists, things like that. So we, to Mike's point, we do, you know, look at regional as, you know, the benchmarking around other communities. However, our focus and always is and will be is making sure we're covering the cost of the service provided.
Right.
That is the primary goal. Things that need to be taken into consideration, you can see with those proposed increases. If you want me to just briefly, basin flat. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 or 6 are going to be all fund the Waterways Improvement Fund. So the current fee is $12 a foot. That would go up to $13 a foot. A projected increase for FY26 of $8,589. Aquaculture float mooring going from 9 to 13. That would be $2,300. Deep water from 15 to 16 a foot would be an increase of $3,641. Howland's Landing, Two Rock, Clark's Island, $10 to $12, $5,558, $5,508. Oh, that's way better. So as you can see from that, that's, so anything that's contributing to the waterways improvement, those mooring fees, that is, I want to say approximately 26,000. Anyhow, I believe it's 26,000 that will be contributing into the waterways improvement fee fund. And then the rest of them, like mooring, waitlist, resident recreational shell fishing, and non-resident recreational shell fishing, those go to the general fund. Things to consider with waterways improvement fees is we have to consider our capital planning considerations and long-term capital. That waterways improvement funds pretty much 100% of all harbor master related capital requests, and that's what basically keeps us running.
Okay.
Mike?
You have a pretty good pulse on the mooring fees, and so I'm pretty confident the proposed fee is reasonable. One question I do have is this wait list.
Yep.
There's about 1,500 people on there, only raising it by $5. I do think that's a place where we could, for lack of a test the economics of it, see who would stay on there for an increase. Perhaps people would be willing to sit on there for 2 decades for $25 or $30, but people have multiple family members on there, and it's sitting at a specific number. I think it is worth increasing that, and I just don't. I'd be interested to hear your rationale on $20 versus more.
So yeah, my obviously, as I when I prefaced it, is cost recovery. I think in terms of
Jay, can you speak up?
Sorry, for mooring for the wait list, I have to focus on cost recovery. I can't just worry about attrition and things like that for the wait list. I think those things can be done through policy changes or changes to the rules and regulations if that's something that the community wants to see, where we don't allow people on the wait list under a certain age. That could definitely be taken in consideration to move the wait list. But in terms of wait list management, I think the fee is reasonable for what's being provided for the services.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to move the list. I was interested to see how many people would stay on at an increased rate and create more revenue.
Yeah,
I think they'll stay on, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah. All right.
Amy?
I have a question about the aquaculture float permits. I
Yes.
noticed that we haven't revisited those since 2017. There's quite a bit of activity out there. Is that an area that we can increase even more, since it has been many years? And where is that in terms of other bays that have aquaculture?
So we really don't have many that we could compare to in terms of aquaculture floats. That in 2017, the reason it wasn't increased in 2014 is because it was an oversight when we were processing these. They were spelled out differently in the permitting process. So they weren't around originally when we had basin flats, and they were considered basin flats. Then we separated them for classification, but we never addressed the fees when we did it. So that's the reason why that was left out. It should be. It was intended to be in line with the basin flat permit fees.
Okay, so I'm not sure I'm getting any answers. Do we
So
feel like
we're not providing any more additional services for those than we would any other mooring in the basin flats, I believe.
So, going back to service, right? So he's not doing any more work. He feels that this is just.
This is just for the mooring permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The mooring permit, yeah.
Any other questions from the board?
No, I have no questions.
Any questions from the public? Comments? Anybody online?
Mark Oakenson, Cooper Hill on the Finance Committee. Just want to highlight, all these fees are about raising revenue because we have such a deficit in our budget. if we're raising beach fees 30%, how are the people that can only go to the beach and not have a mooring feel about a 10% increase in the mooring fees? So I would just encourage, the fee discussion is about filling holes in our budget. And I know we're talking about direct costs, but there's tremendous indirect cost in all of these budgets. So if we're thinking about equality, if beach is going up 30%, other access to the water should go up more than 10%. That's it.
Thank you.
Just to address that, I would mention the fact that you'll see that these fees have been looked at a little bit more regularly. If we hadn't looked at them since when the beach stickers were looked at, or the transfers, you might be looking at a 30% increase. I don't know exactly because I don't have that number, but it would probably be somewhere in line with what, overall I'm thinking.
Right, and to clarify and reiterate a point that Fernando made earlier, that the point of a fee is to compensate the town for its cost of providing a service, and that's what distinguishes it from a tax. It's not, we don't raise fees to raise revenue. We raise fees to cover costs. And that's, I think what you've done here is covering your costs, right?
Ideally, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's, right,
Yeah.
okay. Any other comments from the public? All right, may I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board approves the recommended fees and for the Harbor Master Department effective 1st of March 2026 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, briefly, I would like to see that, that wait list, see how it looks from this year. If there's any movement, bump it up.
Absolutely. We'll definitely look at the,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right. Any other comments on the motion? Yep. Yes.
In your motion, did you say March 1st or January 1st?
I basically repeated what it said here, March, 1st of March.
So the transfer will be March 1st because that's when we start to sell the stickers
Yeah.
for the new season. But typically, the other fee increases that we talk about would go into effect on January 1st.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you like to amend the motion?
I will gladly amend the motion.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay. As amended. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the roll, starting with Cindy.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, I.
Amy, aye.
Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
All right. Great. Next, we have.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? Mary, I don't have the separate motion, so for the town clerk and the other fees are also 1st of January, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, we have town clerk fees. Oh, okay.
Want to do the cemetery?
I'll find it while they start. I'm sorry.
People are dying to get in.
Because
All
of
right,
this.
This is our town clerk, Susan Kelly.
Dovetails.
Thank you. I'm even less fancy. I didn't bring something to project, but I did hand you out an updated spreadsheet that I'm going to be referring to.
Yep.
So we are, in the clerk's office, not the moneymakers in the building, but I do want to recommend increasing a couple of fees. The first is for filing a marriage intention. When a couple comes to apply for a marriage license, we take that information they give us, create the marriage license. The ceremony is completed. They return the certificate to us for registration. And we currently provide the couple with a certified copy of the license that they would use for name change and so forth. By current fee is $30. It's been that for over 20 years. And by increasing the fee to $40, that basically offsets the cost of that certified certificate that we're giving them. That was the only fee in the vital records, and I'd like to turn to the dogs, which we work very closely with animal control, so I'm going to be talking about a couple of those things as well. We will be bringing forth an article to increase dog license fees. I'm not here to talk to you about your approval for that tonight, although when we talk about articles, I'll certainly ask for your consideration. But increasing dog license fees is by Mass General Law a town meeting vote. And we will be seeking to increase the cost of a license for a spayed or neutered animal from $12 to $15, and for an intact animal from $17 to $20. And it is Mass General Law that an intact animal pays more for a license than a spayed or neutered animal. So I will, again, when we present the articles, ask for your approval on that, but I provide it for information here as we address all of the other animal-related fees. I would like to propose a new fee for a dog license tag replacement. We currently will just replace tags free of charge. It's a nominal fee I'm proposing of $5, and that will be covering the cost of goods and the employee work to issue that replacement. I would also like to propose a new fee, nominal $5 fee for transferring a license. When someone moves to Duxbury with a dog that's been licensed in their previous community, we issue a transfer and give them a Duxbury dog license for the remainder of the license year. We have previously done that free of charge, but again, a nominal fee to cover the cost of the tags and processing. Moving down to walking permits, we were before the Select Board in 2019 to set these fees of $10 for resident walking permit and $25 for a non-resident walking permit. And that permit is to be used for dogs walking on the beach or on conservation land. The money raised from selling those was to offset the cost of the mutt mitt program. I've forgotten how many exactly, 12 to 15 mutt mitt stations on conservation land where they provide the bags. The cost approximately annually to provide those mutt mitts is $15,000. We currently are bringing in about just over $14,000. So I'm proposing an increase in the fee for residents from $10 to $15 and non-residents $25 to $30.
Correct.
Additionally, for the walking permit tag replacement, clearly when dogs are losing their collar, they're usually losing everything. Again, that's a new fee that would be a $5 fee to replace that tag. The next two items are related to animal control. We work very closly with Eddie for enforcing the bylaws and for setting fees. We are looking to increase the boarding rate for an animal at the shelter per night from $20 to $40. That is still well below what you would pay to board your dog at a kennel or some other place. Also, the redemption of an animal from $15 to $20, and that is when Eddie is processing with the owner to give the dog back to them. Typically, if he picks up a dog during the day and can track down the owner, that's great, he'll drop it off. But if they come to the shelter to redeem the dog from the shelter, they would pay this redemption. The other, sorry, jumping around, Mary, on the third page, there are animal control fees that we are proposing, but again, this will be based on a town meeting vote. Sure.
They're not fees, they're fines set by the state.
I'm so sorry.
Difference between fees and
You are
fines.
correct, I'm sorry. So the animal control fines for violations of the bylaws, we're seeking your approval for this, but this is going to require a vote at town meeting. We've proposed an article to change our bylaws, which currently list fixed fines in the bylaw. So we are looking to remove the fixed fines so that the select board can set fines from time to time as they wish. And this structure, going on a first offense fine from $25 to $50, is in line with Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 141. That those who violate statutes will pay a minimum of $50. And the second, third, and fourth offenses are increasing, in an effort, we're hoping to deter people from repeat offenses on that. Suggest, correct. So there are different laws for different items, but this is something that they've suggested for the second, third, and subsequent
Susan,
offense.
in your spreadsheet on the dogs, there's a citation for 2+ years on license.
Yeah.
Is that also something that you're recommending?
That is highlighted in a different yellow, and thank you for bringing that up. So we this year have started really cracking down on those people who do not license their animals. It is a Mass General law to license annually.
Right.
So we are looking at owners who have not licensed for 2 or more years, and they are receiving currently a $50 citation in addition to the late fee and the license fee if they have not purchased a license.
But that's already in effect.
That is already in effect,
Okay,
that
got
we
it.
put that in here for revenue.
Yeah.
As you can see, we've generated over $6,000 for a very short period of time
Wow.
collecting those fines.
But you have to go on some kind of information that somebody has a dog that isn't licensed. I mean, I'm not sure how you
So-
enforce.
We have a database that we've populated, and the vets are required to forward to us a rabies certificate when they,
Oh, right, yeah.
when they vaccinate a dog. So we already know that people have dogs. They don't know necessarily that we know they have them, so if they
They know now.
choose not to license their animal, we keep track of that because we have it in the database. Now, it has happened that we issued a citation for a dog that was not licensed, and the owner calls and says, my dog died 5 years ago. We wouldn't know that unless they called to tell us.
We
So-
generated $6,300.
Yeah. So, in that case, obviously, we will cancel the citation.
You won't charge for that.
We would not charge for a dog that is no longer with us. But we did receive a response. There was a lot of surprise, but it's something that we should have instituted, but it's just, we didn't have the ability to crack down on it, and we do now, and
Okay.
working out pretty well.
Great.
All right. Any questions for the town clerk?
No, thank you.
Cindy, any
Or for-
questions?
Or for Eddie, who's here as well.
Thank you, Eddie.
I'm all set, thanks.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? Anyone online? All right, may I have a motion?
I move that the select board approves recommended fees from the town clerk department effective 1st of January 2026,
Second.
as
Motion
presented.
and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the roll, starting with Fernando this time.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Okay. 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that covered town clerk, fees, and animal control.
Yep. Close the public
I don't see any other fees. Okay, so that's it?
Nothing
So
from
we
the
will-
cemetery?
No cemetery. No.
All those marriages?
Yeah. All right, we can
I
close the public
move
hearing.
that the select board closes the public fee hearing.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will call the roll. Fernando.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Cindy, aye.
All right, terrific. We've closed our public hearing. We'll move on next to our next agenda item, Town Manager Fiscal 27 Budget Recommendations presented by Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to pass. If you could take one of each.
Which one are we looking at?
It's giving us a little.
5A?
We've got a few handouts. I don't know if I made enough for everybody. We've got the omnibus budget, which looks like this. It's about 8 pages long, double-sided. Then we've got the changes since the October 27th Select Board meeting. It looks like this. They should be on the back table. And then there should be one called Article 5B, FY 2027, page 1 and 2. So, with that. And here I thought everybody was here for the thrift shop. Glad you stuck around. All right, so, good evening. Following last year's March annual town meeting, the override ballot question failed by a narrow margin of 193 votes, which equated to 4.6%. All of our departments are now working harder than ever to provide the high-quality service our residents have come to expect, but the manner in which those services are being delivered is reaching critical mass. We continue to carefully manage our expenses and meet our fiduciary obligations, but the human toll does come with a price. As you will recall, in October, the Select Board reviewed the proposed FY27 operating budget 5A and 5B, and the Board heard the proposed recommendations, asked questions of the department heads, offered comments, and stated that the 5A budget proposal at that time reflected the Select Board's priorities. The Board further expressed its understanding and agreement with the direction of the proposed 5B budget. Following the receipt of the Board's feedback, we have taken those recommendations under consideration and included them with some additional modifications that we will be reviewing tonight in the documents that you have before you this evening. Even with these changes, I'm pleased to report that the 5A budget as presented is balanced without any reductions in force to achieve that balance. Further, there is agreement on all of the budget lines in both the 5A and 5B budgets, with the exception of line 39, I'll explain that in a moment, between the Finance Committee and myself. And I do want to point that out right out of the gate. So if you go on page 3 of the big handout on line 39, salaries, I think it's in orange, and the figure is 812,946. That number has not yet been finalized by the Finance Committee. I'm carrying it here, but it may be subject to modification at a later date. And I also wanted to let you know that on that same line, on the far right column, where you see a figure of in parentheses of 6,012,195, that was actually there was a problem with the formula, and that figure should actually be as follows, and it's positive number, so it's not negative. It's $2,142,894. So again, that number is 2,142,894. It does not change the bottom line.
And Randy, for the folks who don't have a copy of this, we're talking about school department salaries.
That's correct.
Yep.
Yep.
But that is the same number that's in line 40, so it was,
Yeah. So just wanted you to know that that was just a formulaic issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through the 5A budget, which is, as you look at the big handout, it says right there in that column, Article 5A. We're going to talk about 12 lines. The first of which is line 8. These are all modifications that have occurred since the October 27th Select Board meeting. In the 5A budget, we have included the restoration of one RIFT position, which is the Assistant Town Accountant. On line 19, we have included $47,000 for the Information Technology expense line, which is the purchase of cybersecurity products. And I'll expand on these in just a moment. I just wanted you to be able to flag them from the outset. Line 28, which is the facilities salaries line. There's the addition of one new FTE, and that is a Facilities Department Administrative Assistant position. In line 29, also in the Facilities Department, under the expense line, there's the increased funding for property repairs and maintenance to the dollar amount of $88,500. In line 30, which is the Police Department salary lines, there's the addition of $1,525, which includes the overtime for celebrations, the July 4th parade, the bonfire, and the road race. Line 31 is the Police Department expense line, and we corrected an error related to the Taser body camera lease amount, which actually is an addition of $20,399. In line 32, in the Fire Department, under salaries, we included overtime for celebrations, the July 4th parade and the bonfire, and that's $7,000. Line 50, under DPW admin salaries, we've added 115, oh, I'm sorry, I'll give you a moment to find it. Line 50, DPW admin salaries, $115,000, which is the addition of one new FTE, which is a DPW town engineer. Line 52, vehicle maintenance salaries. We've restored one RIFT position in the DPW mechanic in the amount of $57,502. Line 54, the DPW highway salaries. You'll see a reduction of $51,697, which was originally for the restoration of one RIFT position, which was a DPW equipment operator. That has since been moved up into the mechanic position after speaking with Sheila Scarzi, and she's here tonight to expand on that further. Line 64, in the cemetery expenses, We've increased the funding for preventative repairs and maintenance of the retorts to the tune of $11,000. Line, God, is it also 64? Forgive me. The cemetery expense line, which I think is that line 65? I don't have it in front of me.
64.
Also 64. Oh, okay. Sorry. The amount of $500, which includes professional development and training that we've included. And then line, you with me? You good?
I'm just, these numbers don't, so basically, expenses, line 64, your expenses, right? Fiscal year 27 department request 5A was 341,735, right? Your new number is the same number.
Just a minute.
I'm just getting a bit confused here. When I go through here, I'm not seeing the differences.
There,
He's verbally saying them, but I don't see them listed, the difference.
I may have directed you to the wrong sheet. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize, folks. There's a smaller sheet that does this in greater, in an easier fashion, easier way to read. I apologize for that.
No, it's, I mean, you can follow along. Make sure
I
you
was
do.
just
Yeah, but
listening.
it's not as easy.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Is it this
where did I
one?
leave
What's
off?
the title of it? Changes
It's called
since
Changes since October
Got it.
27th, 2025 Select Board Meeting. I apologize. So you have it, but I should have recited from that. Sorry for the confusion. So that last line was line 64, cemetery expenses, $500, includes professional development and training. And then finally, line 88, which is health insurance expenses, a reduction of $177,445, which is for modifications based on estimated renewals.
So can I just ask a question based on what Fernando just pointed out? These new numbers are on a separate sheet, but not incorporated in this yet. Are they going to be? They are incorporated
They are,
in here.
yeah.
Just without the difference in.
Yeah, just
Okay.
without difference.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's numbers are exactly the same. That's good.
So,
And importantly, this is all part of the balanced budget.
yes, sir.
Right.
Correct.
We're still in
Balanced
5A.
budget.
So, moving along, with respect to lines 8, 28, and 50. 28 and 50, and those were the accounting position that had been riffed,
Yeah.
the facilities position, which is a new one, and
Yep.
the DPW position, which is a new one.
Yeah.
The facilities director and the DPW director have provided detailed written information for the two new positions contemplated in the 5A budget. Forgive me, I didn't have time to pass these out. The audience could. These two new positions, along with the assistant town accountant, which is a restoration of a previously riffed position, and the DPW mechanic, which is also a restoration of a previously riffed position, are considered far too important to leave to chance, and as such, they have been included in the 5A budget. The respective department heads, Finance Committee, and I all share the concern that without these mission-critical positions, our operations in these departments will continue to face even greater short-term and long-term adverse effects if they are not properly staffed. And again, they'll be able to answer your questions in just a few minutes. With regard to line 19, the IT line, the purchase of cybersecurity products, our IT director, Mike Woodford, successfully secured a grant to set up additional cybersecurity protections for the town. However, that grant only covers the first year. The town will be responsible for the ongoing annual fees beyond year one. This $47,000 moves that funding into the budget for FY27 so that he can accept the grant in FY26 and get it set up, and then the budget would be used to cover future costs. And the other highlight I want to point out is line 88, health insurance. In October, our initial insurance figure was estimated to be a 9% increase, $871,483, for a total amount of $9,586,313. And although we have not set the final rate increases for FY27, Mary has estimated various options to gauge what would be an appropriate funding level for this line and is comfortable using an 8% increase, which equates to $694,038, for a total amount of $9,408,868. So with that, If you have any questions on the 5A budget, we're all here to help field them. So I'll pause there for the moment.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
I don't, so I don't know what law to be. I apologize. I know cybersecurity. So I just try to understand this. So what we're doing is taking that amount of money to fund this fiscal year, the fiscal year that we're in. The grant money, the grant will go into this fiscal year, and so then we would be adding that amount to fund fiscal year 27. But, am I understanding
Yes,
that correctly?
you are.
Does that answer your question, Cindy?
I didn't hear the answer.
Oh, the answer is yes. You are correct.
Mike?
Just my question's for Sheila, and mostly because I'm just a lawyer. But Sheila, would you mind squaring how things moved here? The initial ask was for a civil engineer. Now there's also an equipment operator, and there's also removing an equipment operator and adding a mechanic. If you could just let the community know what this movement is in your,
So the mechanic would be our number one priority
okay,
in terms of restoration, just because there's benefit to the whole community, not just DPW, because we service the police vehicles.
okay. So we lost a mechanic last year.
Yeah.
All right, and this is for all of our vehicles, and including police, everything.
And they're also essential to the snow and ice operation. So that's why. I asked for, in terms of civil
All
engineer.
right, I thought you asked for an engineer. That was in the September.
engineer.
Town engineer, okay.
I think it's just semantics.
Okay.
in terms of the-
And was that in your 5B budget initially, and now you
Yes.
moved it over to 5A?
Yep.
Okay. You removed the equipment operator?
That was actually supposed to be the laborer, highway laborer, not the equipment operator.
Okay, let's square that.
That's the $51,000, right?
Yep.
51,697.
So what is that, and why is it coming out of the 5A?
The priority was to restore highway road safety
Right,
positions. However, the mechanic is a higher priority than two highway positions.
okay. So the equipment operator moves over to 5B? Or
The request, our request had been for,
The
put the
labor.
labor in 5B, but I guess it was the equipment operator that was voted.
what is the difference?
The labor is the entry-level position in highway. The equipment operator has additional licenses, so they can operate the hydraulic equipment.
Okay.
The laborer doesn't necessarily have that license.
And on that same note, so the engineer that you're proposing in the 5A budget is taking priority over some of those truck drivers, or I know that there was a real shortage of help with the DPW, but at this point, it's looking like the engineer is taking priority over those other positions?
Well, aside from the mechanic, just because I do see that as if we're going to restore any one of the DPW RIFs, that is the number one. The engineer, you look at that a little differently. That position really, the cost savings the town will realize will essentially pay for itself. So it's not necessarily the boots on the ground operation, but the overall cost savings to the town that's a benefit.
And you made a pretty compelling case for that in September, but we have a number of capital projects.
Yep.
You're spread thin, and this would assist you with that.
Correct. I think my memo details, if someone started tomorrow, I would have probably 80 hours a week of work for them. So there's plenty we have in the pipeline that we could utilize that individual for.
And I will add, I know you only got that this afternoon in an email, and then again tonight in a hard copy, so it's worth reading. She very carefully explains the whole rationale for it, so it's an important thing to see.
By having a town engineer will save us that same work we do now. We have to do this work is done by a consultant, right? Right, Sheila?
A lot of it, and there's a lot of efficiencies within the DPW department that we could realize, things we just haven't been able to get to. For instance, our snow and ice maps, our routes, those haven't been looked at or changed. We have an engineer on board. They can analyze this in GIS, make sure the routes are all equal mileage and they're efficient. And
Right.
you know, so there's a lot of other efficiencies
Okay.
that may not be realized directly monetarily, but they would in the operation, because if our snow and ice routes are more efficient, we're saving money on gas
Correct.
and time, staff costs.
Have you made an estimate on of any potential reduction in expenses, and is that built into your 5A budget?
In
The
terms
town
of the engineer,
Yes.
I haven't really quantified that aside from that example I gave where, you know, the Washington Street sidewalk.
Right.
We hired an outside consultant for construction administration and part-time inspection for 2 months for $89,000. So that can kind of give you a grasp of what we're talking.
Right.
We're proposing around 115,000, well, we put in 115,000 in terms of what salary grade that we need to work with HR on that, but you can see a 2-month span is costing us 89,000 to sub it out.
Right.
I think that,
So you haven't built it in, but you've given us an estimate of potential savings.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
yeah, well, I didn't give you a breakdown year by year, but it will more than pay for itself.
I'm sure it will, but you still, your expense line, you haven't built in any savings yet, right? But
No,
you-
no. Nope.
Yeah, so I think that's what the hard conversation, you
Yeah.
know, I think adding new positions is a tough sell in this financial climate. And so when we think about them, if we know we're going to save money, or if we see where we're going to save money, it helps that conversation along. But as right now, I mean, I know we had one project, 2 months, 89,000, yikes. But is that consistent? Do we know that we're going to have enough work every year to keep somebody busy and to also justify the additional cost of the benefits for a full-time employee? So I think it's just a bigger ask.
Yeah, I would say without a doubt, I mean, we should always be focusing on infrastructure upgrades. So ideally, we should be replacing water mains, for example, every year. Potentially, a town engineer could design some of the smaller scale upgrades, so that's a savings in engineering, bidding. They could also potentially inspect the water main work. So again, that's a major savings. So I see that happening consistently year over year.
Okay.
We did, and that's a very important point, Amy, to take into consideration. You know, what is the savings? In some cases, it's tough to quantify. I think in a year or two, if Sheila had the position, she could quantify it and tell you, hey, you know what, by having this position, we've saved such and such. But from where we stand now, 6 months into the failed override, there's a larger question, and that larger question is, what do we save in terms of the department? You know, will people remain? Who will still be here a year from now or 2 years from now? Because there's a workload volume here that Sheila is experiencing of things that haven't been done for a while or need to be done in a different way, and it becomes a capacity question. And the 80 hours, she said, that could easily be pawned off to a town engineer are 80 hours that she's carrying now.
Yep.
On top of her regular workload. So we look at it not just in terms of the way you do, which is important because that's where it starts, but then you look at it from the global perspective and say, okay, what is the overall well-being of the department and thus the town? And that's why I had said these three positions in Sheila's department, certainly in Katie's department, and the town accountant's department, they are critical functions that we can't have them falter. So we want to try and provide as much support now as we can, and not, again, not leave it to chance. And the Finance Committee agreed with that idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ever thought to ask for new positions in an override.
Right.
I would have never gone there. But in this case, it just reached critical mass.
Other questions?
Okay.
Are we ready to roll with 5B?
No, I want, Katie, I'd like to speak with Katie.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that possible?
Bring us a question.
It's not a public hearing.
Got an audience. Wait.
Hey, Katie.
Go ahead, Katie.
I'm
Well,
fully
why don't we have her introduce herself first?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm Katie, Facility Director for the town.
By the way, Katie, we've been through this before, and I think it's really important that for the sake of everybody listening in there, that you do go through this one more time to get people up to speed, because the speaking point that I had for last year is that basically you're just doing reactive maintenance. You're not doing preventive maintenance, right? So we're incurring additional costs because we're not doing the right work, right? And so this is really critical position that you need to start getting ahead of the game. So maybe you can explain
Sure, I'll do
a bit
my
more,
best.
what this person will do.
I think one of the best statements I said this budget season in a public meeting was, you're not paying me to do what I'm good at. I am pushing papers. Payroll takes me a day and a half. Invoicing, that's a day and a half's work. Walkthroughs and coordinating and with contractors, I spend about 14 hours a week. 9 hours a week, excuse me. Meetings, administrative work that could be put onto this person, I'm spending 14 hours a week on. When all the department heads here talk about working weekends and after hours, it's a true statement. We're working nonstop. Last year, we did a project at the school that we were able to save $40,000 with the help of our maintenance guy. I figured out the math, and we could have saved an additional $23,000 had we had one extra person, whether it was an administrative assistant or it was a maintenance person. But we missed out on an opportunity of $23,000 savings. But the list goes on and on. All of the buildings we're starting to see rot, well, that's going to turn into structural damage. We're going to be shutting down buildings. We're losing heating systems in properties and having to do a full replacement. This information I'm going to keep telling you year after year after year. And we need to take the opportunity and change it and make it an actual maintenance department, not a bunch of people that are running around with their heads cut off.
Thank you very much. I like it.
Telling it like it is.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I was
That's that cheap money.
I was pretty shocked last year.
Yeah.
It's a very understaffed. I mean, it's a department of one, and it shouldn't be.
All right, any other questions on 5A from the board? All right, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I'm going to move into 5B. We're going to use the little one because it's easier, the little sheet. Like that.
Oh, that sheet.
Yep, and on the top it says Article 5B, FY 2027, page 1, two-page document, double-sided. You'll find all the same information in the big document, it's just this is paraphrased to make it easier for handling.
Can that go up on the screen? Because I don't have,
That, I apologize, Cindy, I only have hard copies here. I'll email this to you, but you will be able to follow along with the big spreadsheet because we're going to use the same numbering convention.
And before you begin, Rainey,
Yeah.
just to level set with everybody, what we talked about in 5A, that's the so-called balanced budget.
Yep.
5B, now we're talking, this is the override budget.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay.
Yep. And this involves, I believe, 22 lines. So the first line that we considered was line 3, which is the salaries line for the Selectman's Manager's Office. And in this, we have proposed the restoration of one full-time administrative assistant position that was RIF'd last year in the amount of $50,000. In the expense line, which is line number 3 of the omnibus budget, we are proposing a new dollar amount of $25,000 for professional and technical services to cover engineering beyond the scope of what Sheila had just explained. In the next line is line 16 in the HR department under salaries, and the HR director, and we are proposing the restoration of a half-time position, benefits specialist, that was riffed last year in the amount of $36,514. On line 7,
Do you want me to hold, or do you want to
hold
ask a
it,
question?
I'm going to highlight it and we'll come back, okay?
Yeah, if let's do a hold, right? So I want to hold line number 3, the restore 1 FTE from administrative assistant.
Sure. And then you want to do 16, Amy?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Line 17, the expense line in the HR department is for $3,450 for additional medical screenings, background checks, and other onboarding costs for new hires and RIF restorations. Line 28, the salaries line for facilities management, is $4,000, which is for additional overtime for after-hours repairs and work. Line 30, the police line, is for salaries for 2 new full-time patrol positions, which includes base salary and the associated reduction in overtime, and that dollar amount is $157,465. Line 31, the expense line, $9,250 for ammunition and uniforms, inclusive of the new FTEs proposed above. Line 32, the fire department salaries, $138,400, which is for the addition of 2 full-time firefighter paramedic positions.
So I'm not going to say hold all these. I think I'm going to have questions on.
Oh yeah, everybody's here for that. So
Okay,
you,
good.
yeah, we can run down the list. It's fine. Line 34, salaries, municipal services, would be restoring a half-time position which was riffed, and a mileage stipend for the assistant inspector for use of the personal vehicle, and the dollar amount is $30,930. Line 36, the harbor coastal management salaries line, $4,235, which is for an increase of the hourly rate of the seasonal employees by $1 an hour to attract and retain seasonal staff. Line 39, the school department salaries, reflects the $812,946 reflects a 4.83% increase over the FY26 as requested by the school committee. The salary amount listed here is not split between RIF and new positions.
So to be clear, that's the taking the 3% to 4.8%.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is the figure that the school committee had voted last week. But again, like I said, the finance committee has not yet deliberated on that figure. Public Works, line 41, salaries, $11,937, which is for a new part-time custodian for the DPW facility, 19 hours a week. The cost is $21,000, but netted against $9,000 in overtime savings. Line 47, the salaries line for Lands and Natural Resources. This is to restore 1 FTE that was riffed, which includes a $750 clothing allowance in the amount of $51,698. Line 50, the DPW administration line, salaries, $7,500 for a new expense, which is OSHA compliance, a stipend of $7,000 for safety programming. Line 54, the salaries line in highway and road maintenance, an addition of $57,502. You may remember, may not, and that's okay, in the October 27th worksheet showed 2 RIF in highway restored in 5A. The DPW director, as you just heard, is recommending restoring 1 mechanic and 1 highway position in 5A and moving this request to Highway Department 422. Line 65, salaries for the Council on Aging, $29,209. This is an increase for to cover the cost of home delivered meals manager position from $19 to $32 to 32 hours per week, thus becoming benefit eligible. Line 66, expenses for Council on Aging, $29,000, which is for additional food supplies in the amount of, to break it out, $15,000. The Care Solace subscription of $10,000, the price based on town population, just in case anybody's wondering, and to restore the professional development training in the amount of $4,000. Line 70, salaries, $13,613, which would restore the Sunday hours. Salary savings on other positions nets this expense to $13,613.
So we closed the library for a day, and it only cost us $13,613. Well, just explain how we get to that number, because you would think there'd be a lot of people in the
Yeah, the library, it was more in the ballpark of $35,000 to $40,000 was the initial projected cost. The library has had significant, some attrition, and so they have had some inherent cost savings in their salary line, which is netted against this. So it actually costs more than $13,000, but given the savings that they're seeing, the net cost would be 13.6.
Veteran staff cost more, newer staff cost less. So that's the net of savings. Line 79, beach operations salaries, $90,525. A new position, adding a full-time position for the assistant, which would be the assistant beach operations manager, which is $83,025 year-round. Increase in the part-time staff hours due to the beach closure and escorting coverages to the amount of $7,500. Line 82, debt service, town and schools, 710, the principal, the amount of $200,000, which is to provide for additional debt capacity within the levy and finance more capital projects. Those projects are yet to be determined. Line 86, which is Medicare, $15,270, which is a 1.45% of wages for the RIFT and new position requests. And line 88, which is health insurance, in the amount of $113,472. Not all positions will enroll in health coverage, so estimating for up to 6, and the budget includes 3 individual HMO at $10,800 each, and 3 family HMO at $27,024 each.
But this involves the schools, right?
Yes, it does.
And this was worked with the schools to come up with this number, right?
Correct. So you have a total dollar amount in the Article 5B request of these specific line items only of $1,891,916.
Well, since we're going to have questions on pretty much all of these,
That's why everybody's here.
why don't we just start with the Selectman's office at the top of the page, and just go through it, because this is the part that we need to explain in detail to the voters who were skeptical last time, and we need to make sure that it's explained clearly why these are all need to have and not nice to have.
So can I just, my question is, can I raise it then about that? So
Please.
the demand on administrative support is driven by the cadence of our town meeting. Right, so in kind of August through March, we normally end up having a select board meeting every week. And then once the March annual town meeting goes, we're on summer vacation time, right? And then we go to twice a month for our selectmen meeting. So I'm hoping that we will be able to get an article and approval from the residents to move the annual town meeting to May, and therefore giving everybody more time, and hopefully the cadence of select board meetings will be able to shift, and we'll go not 4 times a month, but twice a month. So next year, rather than having a full-time person, I would suggest to cover for that interim period a part-time, non-benefit person to come in and help out until such time we can get that annual town meeting hopefully passed. That's my suggestion.
About this, Rainey and Nancy, how could this be helpful?
Go ahead, Nancy. Well,
Yeah.
I want you to avoid the tears first.
Yeah.
But I'm going to start. I'm going to preface it by one thing. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Yasuge Octay walked into town meeting and dropped an article and said, let's increase the number of the board from 3 to 5.
Right.
We'll increase the board by 66%. With no administrative support staff to increase with it. Not a complaint, simply an observation. Last year, we reduced our administrative support staff by 33%. Now you can say your part.
The administrative support.
You got to do it at the mic.
Well,
She is it.
Go ahead. Respectfully rating, the administrative support staff in our office was decreased by 50%.
Yes, you're right.
Not,
That's right.
Not a third.
Thank you.
And so to have, I can tell you right now, things that aren't getting done, minutes, which they're just not getting done. And when the administrative position was filled, there were, at least a dozen more minutes that weren't completed that I still have to complete. So that's not getting done.
and I know you've tried using AI already on that, and it's not been
I have tried using AI,
successful.
but it's not as efficient as one may think it is.
Residents have generously offered suggestions on different types of AI vehicles to use, and we're trying them all out.
Yep.
We're not finding one that comes in at less than 50
Yep.
pages, though.
Sure, no, and I raise that by way of saying you're not just resting on your laurels, you're looking for opportunities to bridge that gap.
Constantly.
And some of the ones that would seem straightforward are not,
Right.
right?
And even though, to Fernando's point, and
Yes.
all the select board meetings and everything else, and we've had a lot of executive sessions, that also adds, even though it's a one night, I have to do 2 sets of minutes for those. And then all the event permits and the one-day liquor license permits, I can get those numbers for you if you'd like. And just this past week alone, I've had to file like 3 insurance claims, and I have to follow up on them and make sure vehicles that are damaged during for an insurance claim, that they get appraised, they get repaired, and we get the money from the insurance company. So that's stuff I did on a regular basis, but board and committee appointments I can just keep going. And this job, and to Rainey's point too about increasing the board from 3 to 5, it warrants another full-time person. What happens when I'm out, which has already happened? I was on vacation, then I was out sick. You need that other full-time person that can take over and address the people that come to the window, all the phone calls that I get.
I mean, I'm sure every single person can come up with a long list of work, right? But anyway, thank you for your explanation.
Okay, sure.
And I still stand by that if we reduce the cadence of the meetings, instead of having 4 sets of minutes a month, you'll have 2 sets of minutes a month if we get the annual town meeting. That'd be one demand. The demand on dog permits and all the other work that you do, I don't think is a reflection on the number of select board members going 3 to 5. I mean, isn't that what normally happens? Where before you had Michelle, didn't you have that level of work? Has that increased there? The number of permits that you have to do on event permits and stuff like that in there? Go ahead, Mike.
Fernando, before we got on the board here, the meetings were 35 minutes to an hour.
Last.
Nancy's here for 4 hours, 2 to 3 nights a month, has nobody else subbing in for her, is not only doing the minutes for them, but is here. This is an OT. This is part of her salary. So.
Before I came on the board, when there was a 3-member board, the meetings were very brief. And I don't think that was a function of, yes, the number was 3, but there was a different board mentality there. I think that this is a much more hands-on, proactive board, which I actually think that the residents asked for, and they embrace that. They want us to take a leadership role and take more of a role on behalf of the residents than the 3 had before. But I do believe that there's always been another, before there was Anne, before there was Michelle, and there's always been somebody at Town Hall at that window when you came in. And I do think that you're spread thin and in need of another person in that office. I do. I think it's been tough. I'm appreciative of all the extra hard work. And I'm the last one to want, I'm as frugal as the day is long, but I do see that there's a need there.
I appreciate you saying that, because it goes way, way beyond minutes. I mean, Nancy's the face of our office, the first person you see, the last person you see on the way out. She schedules everything for me, can handle any number of the inquiries I may get. One of you may have a question, and I can flip it over to her. I know what her skill set is. She can run with the answer. All kinds of citizen inquiries, you name it. The volume of meetings, that we're looking at almost where we started back in June. We've had a few spots where we haven't met, but I mean, my God, right now we're in a mode of back to almost weekly, and it's killing us. I'll tell you.
Well, I agree, because
it's
our
hard.
town meeting is always.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with.
Anyway, I've said my piece.
But I'm going to finish mine if you don't mind, because
Sure,
I think it's important.
Yeah.
And I'm all for the board having greater engagement, but the difference between this board and that board is that board could do one meeting on one issue, but in this case, something may come back 4 times, the same issue, and that's happened a number of times. So it's not a negative thing. There just may be more viewpoints that require more attention. So that means it's got to come back again and again and again. Thus, the meetings get longer. Maybe the subject matter gets shorter, but we do revisit things quite a bit. So that's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. So it does lengthen meetings. Either way, I'm here all night.
I could get into this
Yeah, I
conversation
know.
for a
It's-
long time, but
I
let's
think
not
it's
do
a-
that.
I would
It's
ask.
a modest ask.
I would ask. Sit in my office for an hour and tell me what the foot traffic looks like. You've all done it.
We've seen it.
Kinda crazy.
Lived it for 5 years.
Yeah.
Cindy, any comments? I want to give you an opportunity as well.
I am very much in favor of having a third person in the selectman's office, select board's office.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
great. So that was line 3. Anybody have questions on line 4? Expenses, professional services.
We went over this in September.
All right, so that brings us to HR salaries.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. How is this going to be funded?
It's coming, they're asking for it in the override budget.
Right.
So that was kind of my question, which is because this used to be a shared cost with the schools, because I think it was Phyllis, right? that
Yeah.
was- so-
You've got Jeannie here to help provide an explanation.
How will it be funded, is my question.
So this is Jeannie Horn, our HR director.
Hello. I do have handouts for the select board, and I have some for the public as well, related to this request. And just as a point of clarification, the benefit specialist position was not subject to reduction in force. The position is vacant due to a retirement. So, given the financial uncertainty of our town, we have not filled that vacancy of the benefit specialist position. So instead, we decided to put the position in 5B. And it's a position, I didn't feel comfortable hiring someone into the position, given the uncertainty of our financial condition. We interviewed 2 fantastic candidates, but I just didn't feel comfortable offering them the job. So I also wanted to take some time to understand what the impact of not having that position would be on the remaining staff. So the fiscal year 26 budget does include 3.5 FTE. So that's myself, the Human Resources Director, the Assistant Human Resources Director, the HR Manager, and the Benefit Specialist. The Benefit Specialist, ironically, is not benefit eligible in that position. So, and that's the way it always was. It's a 19-hour position, non-benefit eligible. Yes.
Will it be funded out of the health trust?
So the position historically has been funded out of the health insurance trust.
Okay.
But by moving the position from 5A into 5B, the allocation from the health insurance trust for that position has been redistributed to the remaining to the existing budget or to the proposed budget in order to have a smaller impact on the omnibus budget. So we are accessing available funding that we were already using, and the 5B request would be funded through our regular raise and appropriate process. It would not, the 5B request would not be funded through the health insurance trust fund. So other examples of how the HR department has utilized funding is in the 5A budget. We're working with the water department enterprise fund and the regional dispatch center enterprise fund, and we are charging those departments for the HR services that we're providing. So we're trying to be cognizant of the costs associated with our budget and our department, and we're trying to be creative about how we're using available funds. Just as a point of information.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's
just trying to understand the impact of this half FTE on the public. I guess it just comes out of raise and appropriation. However, is there somewhat of a net here because there's some savings on the 5A?
No, the savings that you're referring to, Mike, have already been incorporated. So essentially, every year for the last several years, the town has been charging approximately $80,000 to $90,000 of salaries from HR to the health insurance trust fund.
Okay.
Of that $80,000 to $90,000, it included the $36,000 for this benefits specialist.
Yeah.
Now that that benefits specialist is no longer filled, that position is vacant, that $36,000 that was being charged to the trust fund for that position, that $36,000 is now being charged for a different position in the HR department, and we're moving $36,000 of that person's salary into the trust fund so that we continue to charge the trust fund between $80,000 to $90,000. So this position here would not be charged to the trust fund. It would be as part of the general fund operating budget.
And the allocation of those trust fund costs or expenses are they're allocated in accordance with the relevance of health insurance to the individual jobs. So the benefit specialist job was 100% allocated, was 100% funded by the health insurance trust fund. And then the other positions are allocated accordingly. So the positions that have more health insurance tasks associated with their position have a higher percentage of allocation from the health insurance trust fund.
I'm confused on this one. So first of all, I thought that this position was a shared position and that there was some funding, and maybe I'm getting confused. I thought it was from the schools, but perhaps it is from the insurance health fund trust. But if part of the salaries for the HR is being funded from a different source, where do we see that? Where is that? Is it just out of the line item for HR salaries? It's reduced by whatever amount is being funded from this other source?
That is correct. The amount that is in the 5A budget for HR salaries is net of funding being charged to another source.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Jeannie, I think it'd also be helpful to have some context. I know that we're talking about a part-time benefits manager, but Duxbury is one of the few communities that is self-insured.
Correct.
With its healthcare. So as a result of that, an additional component of time on a daily basis is spent to administering that, which requires you, the manager, the assistant director, to spend time on. And this benefits administrator will help free up time so that the folks who are working on the self-administration of healthcare can spend time doing that. And the reason I raise this is because I don't know that the town has a full appreciation for the bottom line savings that we enjoy as a community as a result of being self-insured. That if we ultimately had to go back, and I know this is kind of going down a side street here a little bit, but if we had to do something other than what we're doing now, the cost to the town would be significantly greater than it is. So as I put this into context, it seems to me that this is I won't say cheap because it's not cheap, but it's a well-placed investment of staff time for a purpose that allows the few other folks in the office, 3, to spend more time administering the thing that actually saves us a lot more money. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, and in addition to that, the cost of, so it would cost the town residents more money if we weren't self-insured, potentially, and it would also cost the town employees more money. So the GIC, the Group Insurance Commission, Maya, and other pooled insurance offerers have experienced significant increases and even mid-year adjustments. So our average increase to our health insurance cost is 9% for the past year. The GIC had anywhere from 10% to 30% pay changes or increases in the last fiscal year. So it is having a self-insured health insurance entity does take a lot of administrative work, but we feel that it's worth it. We're getting a great product. We're giving great service, and we're capturing amazing savings as well. Health insurance overall is a runaway train. Our train is going significantly slower than the other ones, and that is very meaningful to our employees and to the public, because we are keeping a lid on costs to the extent that we can, and we need the bandwidth to administer all of the various programs and to come up with creative ideas in order to deliver the services that our employees deserve and that won't break the bank for our residents. It's an important attraction and retention tool, and it's valuable for all involved. So what's happening in the department is we have distributed the tasks of the benefit specialist amongst the 3 remaining employees. And what we're finding is it's been a great exercise in order to get us even more familiar with those tasks so that we can understand what they are and so that we can streamline them where there is the opportunity to do that. And it's been a great training opportunity in the absence of our longstanding benefit specialist, but it is not sustainable. So we risk burnout of the remaining 3 staff if we don't staff the department the way it needs to be staffed, given the $10 million investment that the town is making in our health insurance. There are a lot of errors and missed deadlines and compliance issues that can happen if we're not fully staffed in order to take care of that. And that will incur more costs to the town in terms of fines and fees related to that. So we've taken over all of the compliance, the enrollment, the billing, and the reporting of all of the benefits. And where, Amy, you may have been thinking, the benefit specialist position serves a combined need for, we've got 210 town employees who are benefit eligible. There are 445 school employees that are benefit eligible, 780 combined retirees, as well as all of their dependents and all of their beneficiaries. So exponentially, those numbers can get out of control if we don't have enough staff to answer all of the related questions and complete all of the related transactions and compliance requirements. So it's very important in order to stay on top of those. There's life events that happen, those are all immediate things that need our attention when they're happening. There are very specific windows in which those can happen, and it's a matter of providing insurance to people when they need it, or failing to do that, and then it's
could be a financial impact, and there's obviously an impact to the way that employee feels about working here.
That's very helpful. Does anybody have any other questions about the half-time benefit specialist who is non-benefit eligible?
No.
No, I have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Jeannie.
Thank you.
So that was salaries. Any questions on expenses, medical screening background? Okay. Now we move into facilities management, and I note that it's 10 past 9 and we still have a lot to go through, so
Yeah, just a
I'll continue to push
question
through
about
this.
the difference in the omnibus versus the little sheet here. In the omnibus budget, there's a $67,000 salary for a full-time maintenance tech.
Correct. That was a department request that was not included.
Okay.
There are two positions that were requested, and thank you for bringing that up. That was one of them, and the other was in the planning department, and that was for a full-time assistant planning director / environmental planner in the amount of $89,024. That was not included in my 5B budget either.
So
Those are the only two.
this will change.
What?
This will change.
Only one figure, maybe.
Well, you've got that in there. 67, that's what I'm saying, in the,
No, my column's in what color is that, Fernando?
oh, that was
Blue.
department requested. Thank you.
That was what we wanted you to be able to see what they had originally requested.
Okay, so you dropped it. Numbers stay the same. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions on line 28, salaries for facilities?
No, not on that, not on 20.
Okay, so now we move into police. Just looking at the chief in case he wants to get up and have an anticipatory walk over to the mic. So we have salaries and expenses, lines 30 and 31, the amount $157,000 for 2 new full-time.
I have a question.
Let me preface it with one thing.
Yeah.
And this will take care of the fire department too. You may recall last year I had proposed 4 positions.
Can everybody in the back hear?
Sorry. Last year, in the 5B budget, I had proposed, after speaking with the chiefs, 4 new positions in the police department and 4 new positions in the fire department. Things went forward, 5B budget didn't pass, 5A did. However, it included RIFs of 2 positions in each of those departments. Those were subsequently brought back through the use of stabilization funds at a special town meeting in the summer. Those positions are still in here. They're in the 5A budget now. But these are 2 additional positions that would be included for each department. So 2 police officers, 2 firefighters in the 5B budget. Does that help?
That helps.
Yes.
Because the chief, both chiefs made a really strong argument for increasing their staff by 4 in each. So basically, that's been achieved. If this 5B passes, you have achieved your 4 additional staff. No,
Just 2.
No, but we thought. Wait, hold on a sec. We riffed. Go ahead and explain it to me because I obviously am missing a trick here.
Got 2, they came back. The stabilization, we funded them this year.
Okay, well,
You'll hear.
yeah.
Finest and bravest.
All right.
So 5B includes 2 new additional police officers in 5B. That's it, not 4.
Okay.
Because, as Rainey explained, last year, 2 officers' positions were cut, and then they were funded through the stabilization funds.
So really, you would prefer 4?
Well, yeah.
2 more.
Who are you asking?
See that guy?
Police chief.
No, but I mean, you built a strong case, right?
Well, I
firmly
did,
believe-
and quite frankly, you know, I've been asked the question, well, what's 2 going to do for you?
Yes.
And 2 isn't going to give us what we need as far as the 4th sector of
Right.
of the town. What it's going to do is it's going to allow us to schedule additional officers at the busiest times, and it's also going to allow us to, when an officer is out on those busiest times, when there is additional officers scheduled, it's going to allow us to not have to, we're going to be able to go down to minimum staffing and not have to backfill with overtime. But there's still going to be overtime. You know, everybody asks, the question is well, you know, you hire more officers, there's going to be less overtime. That's not the case. No police department is without overtime. For whatever reasons, there is always overtime, whether it be mandatory training or, you know, you do have to backfill. You do have to have officers on the street, regardless.
And there are vacations, people get sick, people get deployed in the military, officers get injured, so on and so forth. But 2 officers will help. It's a good start if you want to look at it that way.
All right.
If you want to give me 4, I'm
No, it's not up to me. But to answer my question, maybe the same question for Rod, right? Again, you built a very strong case for staffing, right? And the needs and the amount of calls you get. So what does 2 do for you, not the 4 that you want?
Well, good evening, Rob Reardon, I'm your fire chief.
already
I just want to
turned
start with, I'm glad I'm not taking the meeting minutes tonight, because that would be a lot of work. We try to make it more palatable. How we came up with 2.
Okay.
Did we ask for 4 last year? We did, but we got the word from the voters that it was too much. And do I need 4? I need 8, to be honest. Like, do you want to know the real numbers? That's where we need to be. I've said it before. In the next 5 years, we've seen everything increase. Population, call volume, the age of this town. We called people back 400 times last year. No other department's doing that. So we are grossly understaffed. But we also understand that we have to come up with something that's palatable for the taxpayers. So that's where we came up with 2.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I appreciate that you want to clarify,
Yeah.
because the original ask was 4,
Yep.
way back. Town meeting didn't approve the override, but town meeting said we want 2 additional staff on each of the departments, and that was funded through another source. Yes.
That was not additional staff. That was the restoration of 2 that had been ripped.
That was replacing the 2
So
people
that was
we
2 of the
we
4,
lost.
though.
No. We lost 2 people.
Our balanced budget had a loss of,
That's where all this confusion is, because,
that's why
No,
so we still,
we lost 2 positions. So I had 2 people disappear, so from the town meeting until July, I ran short 2 positions.
Yep.
I got those back in July.
Right.
I hired 2 people.
Yep.
So now I'm at the same staffing level I've been at for years. We're trying to
and
get...
you're asking for an additional 2 right now, which is a modest, and I appreciate that you're, listening to the voters. You're trying to, I think you have made a good case, and I know that you can't promise that it will eliminate overtime. We can't promise that.
It won't.
But it should help towards the overtime costs.
Yes.
Is that true with both departments?
and it's,
Can't make promises. Emergencies happen, snowstorms happen. In the grand scheme of things, it'd be nice to say yes, but I'm not going to make promises. I've had this talk with Mary. You just can't make those. We have way too many emergencies going on.
I think it'd be helpful for the,
time you have to hire probably another additional 6 to 7 police officers and 8 firemen. That's how other towns do it. You look at Marshfield, they're staffing 10 plus a shift. And then when someone's out sick, when someone's on vacation, they drop to an 8. We fill person for person. So when someone goes home, if someone goes home sick right now, or someone's on vacation, sorry, we can't staff the ambulance. No, we have to have those positions filled.
so, Chief, I think you anticipated my question. I was going to ask for context for the taxpayers, if you can help explain how our community compares to other communities in terms of staffing.
Well, I think if you look at, we did this salary survey, right? And we compared to other towns. And if you look at Situate, I think Situate's a comparable. I believe their number's 12 a shift. So they're running 12, we're running 6. Call volume is pretty similar. Marshfield obviously staffed more. Kingston, they're about the same as us. Pembroke, they're up 2 more on a shift. Everyone's call volume is increasing drastically, and everyone's trying to add staff. I think we need to start looking at a 5-year plan. I've suggested doing a study, because this didn't start with me. Chief Nord's he's been banging this for years before I started. We need to add staff, because we just don't have. I'll give you the example. A couple nights ago, we were running 2 medicals. Like I told you, we have 6 people on shift. Everyone was tied up. Someone called in for an appliance fire in this town. We had nobody to go. No one's left. And unfortunately, that happens on a regular basis. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I want you to let you know we are facing a staffing. We have a staffing problem. We just don't have people to go to calls when we're running multiple calls.
Same question for Chief Carbone. How we compare to other communities. I think it's important for the voters to understand.
Well, quite frankly, I'm basically going to repeat what Chief Reardon just said. A lot of the towns around us staff up more patrol officers on the streets. You can compare us to even like Pembroke. Pembroke's got more officers on the street than we do. Kingston is probably close to what we have. In fact, I just talked to the Kingston chief last Friday, and he's doing the exact same thing. He's trying to up his numbers because they're behind on staffing, and their call volume numbers are up. And, I don't mean to actually repeat exactly what Chief Reardon said, but between the call volumes increasing, the time on calls that we have to spend now, most calls require, if not all calls, require 2 officers to go. And the bottom line is when we run light, that means there's 2 police officers on the road right now. That's unheard of in this town. It's crazy. That you can't. And that's why we're filling 1 for 1. There's 3 police officers patrolling the street right now. There should be 4 at least, and a duty sergeant. And we're not doing that. And we've come to the point where it has to be. It's a safety thing, not only for the public, but for the officers themselves. It's important.
Thank you.
And going back to comparing to other communities, a lot of communities are up against the same thing. They're trying to add to this staff, because of exactly what we're dealing with. The call volume is up, and the calls take more time. But we are, as far as other communities go, we are understaffed.
Thank you. Other questions for the chiefs?
No.
Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. So,
Yeah. Just in an abundance of time, a lot of these were presented in September. We had some input back then, some explanations, including from police and fire, who have presented a couple of times. But there's one on here that's, I think, new. The 82, the 200,000 to provide additional debt capacity. Could someone explain that? Is that?
well, why don't we, I hear you, but I think we have a lot of folks here for the schools as well, so.
Yeah, oh, yes,
skip
of
over
course,
that.
but
I'd
I
like
think
to,
for the town side, that's just something I'm not sure on
Okay,
what
well,
it's for.
We will definitely get to that. Mary, you'll address that when we get to that point? Great, thank you.
So you want to go schools first?
Well, I'd like to do municipal services first, if we have any questions. This is restoring half-time, full-time employee. That was, no, I'm sorry, that was 32.
No, you're right.
Right?
Yeah.
All right.
Restore.
Any questions on that? All right. Harbor Coastal Management, increase hourly rate. So this is for seasonals.
Yeah.
1 hour, okay. So that brings us to schools. All right. Randy, you want to take us through that?
Sure. So, as I had mentioned earlier, in the 5A budget, we were carrying a 3% increase for the school department. We wanted to make sure we had that carved out right out of the gate. We awaited Dr. Klingeman to present her budget to the school committee. They have since had time to reflect on it, and they voted it last week at this figure you see here, which is $812,946, reflecting a 8.3% increase over FY26. The Finance Committee has only had a preliminary conversation about that. I have had the same conversation because I was in the room with them. I'm just carrying this number because it's what they have voted. It's where we are in relation to the overall picture. The Finance Committee certainly will take their time to look at it. I think after the first of the year. I don't think they're meeting again till then. I'll be there and we'll see what we can do. We will discuss it and see if they're in agreement or if they have a different idea. And I'll certainly keep you advised.
So is there anything for us to do with this right now?
No, other than look at it. I want you to be aware, honestly, to see where we are, to know that the school committee has voted this figure and that the finance committee is still working through it.
Okay. Mike and then Fernando.
Go ahead, Mike.
I mean, I do have specific questions. I'm happy to take them offline until they.
Go right ahead.
You've got the
I
authority.
mean, there's a lot of pink shirts out here. And,
Other people probably have the same questions, so go ahead.
So,
Great if you did.
Yeah.
I'll start.
If they're game.
So, this was your sheet here. One of the big increases is in transportation. $192,678,000
Are you looking
for contractual obligation for of year one of multi-year contract.
Yep, I'm just looking, where are you on the, oh, okay. Yep, so
Just
we
this-
are entering,
yeah.
we're finishing up a contract right now with First Student, and so we will be entering a new multi-year contract with a bus vendor, which we've anticipated about 10% increase over what we spent this year.
Okay. You just heard us go through a number of fee hearings. Has there been any discussion on the school committee or internally in the administration about changes in the fee structure for transportation to meet these increasing obligations with gas and or even design of the contract to lessen it? I certainly see a lot of cars driving their kids to school. So I don't know if there's a way to look at that.
The school committee did take a look at the fee structure back in the fall, but there was not a decision made to change the fees based on our current operating budget projections for next year. So this doesn't represent a fee increase with the transportation. But that's something that they certainly would consider taking up, I believe, during the remainder of the school year, but I don't believe it would go into the FY27 budget planning.
Okay. Another one of my questions, and I know this was discussed at your December 5th meeting, but the IT director, that was a position, was it a RIF or was it a retirement? But somebody very valuable was lost. Could you, it sounds a lot similar to things that have gone on here, but what is the impact on the administration with respect to losing that position?
So last year, we lost 4 administrators, and I was asked at this meeting at the end of the year what the impact might be, and I told you we had to kind of start the school year and see what the impact would be. So we did have 2 administrators that retired last year and that we did not fill their positions, but we would have filled the position of the Director of Instructional Technology had the override passed, because that is an essential position to the school department. So this year we attempted to start the year and work throughout the summer without that position in place, trying to give everyone a little bit of that position on the administrative team, so that our assistant superintendent has taken up some of that. Our curriculum supervisors that remain, we lost 2 curriculum supervisors at the high school and middle school last year, and we lost 1 elementary curriculum supervisor. So on top of them, in the case of the elementary curriculum supervisors, we went from having 1 at each school to having 1 for both Chandler and Alden, and taking on additional duties of the Director of Instructional Technology. And at the high school level, we went from having an English, math, science, and social studies curriculum supervisor to having a humanities and a STEM, and they also took on additional responsibilities. We have found that this has been a definite negative impact to our staff and our students. We have so many devices in our district, as well as hundreds of curriculum programs that we're using on a daily basis, and each one of those programs that we use needs to have a student data privacy agreement, and that is a huge undertaking to keep up with what we're using for curriculum and making sure our students' data is protected. We also have to make sure that we have an active technology plan each year, and we have a lot of reporting that we need to do to the state in terms of our technology, and it's just been untenable to function without that position, so we feel strongly that that needs to be reinstated. We also have our Chief Technology Officer Mike Woodford, who works for the town and the school, obviously, right. And his job is really to oversee the network, cybersecurity, make sure that our devices are up and running, make sure all of our infrastructure, switches, and everything behind the scenes is working. So his role really isn't any involvement in the instructional end of things. And so our tech department is definitely spread thin, and Cheryl Lewis had been in that position for a number of years, and she also was instrumental in a lot of grant writing. So we also fear without that position we could be missing out on some technology grants that could assist with some of the capital requests that we're putting forward.
And I was just looking to see if Mike was around still.
I think Mike was online.
Oh, he's online, yeah.
For a good portion of the meeting.
That's fine. I understand. The bigger, another big one here, and I see, like I said, the pink shirts out here. The class size is increased in all the schools, I think. I'm pretty sure in Alden, where my kid is at. What is your budget do to restore those RIFs in the schools so that we can get those class sizes back down again, at least in that direction as opposed to the other way?
Right. We have recommended class size levels that we have been exceeding for a number of years, and then.
So what is the recommended level?
They're part of the teacher contract. They're different recommended class size levels. Obviously, at the Chandler School, they'd be a little bit lower than our middle school and high school. And so we try to have our younger students developmentally in a smaller class. So when the override failed last year, we eliminated 2 classroom teacher positions, one from Chandler School and one from Alden School.
Yep.
So with our average of 200 students per grade, typically we attempt to have 10 classes per grade level. So we went from 30 classrooms at Chandler to 29, and we went from 31 classrooms at Alden School to 29. So we lost 2 classroom teachers at Alden. With the recommended budget that I put forward to the school committee, we were proposing to reinstate 2 classroom teachers, that general ed classroom teachers at Chandler and Alden, which would bring us to 30 classrooms at both of those schools.
And then the final piece, call them offerings, APs, language arts, languages. What was lost and what is part of your budget to restore reductions in force?
So we didn't lose any languages, but we ask the principals each year to take a look at the students that are entering the middle school and high school, and we haven't been able to offer an entry-level world language offering besides ASL at the high school. With the reductions we've faced over the past 2 years, we would like to increase the world language teacher 0.2. That would allow us to run one full year section of an entry-level course at the high school. So if a student wanted to switch from the language they started at the middle school to a different language at the high school, they would have that opportunity. Or if we have students that maybe had not started a language at the middle school, they'd have an entry-level offering other than ASL. Our ASL classes are very full. We have 1 full-time teacher teaching all of our ASL students, and there's a waiting list to get into that course. And we would also be able to reinstate our Rosetta Stone subscription, which allows students to have some flexibility in terms of doing a course that maybe isn't offered at a block that they need, or if we need to have some independent work in any of the world languages. So with that 0.2, that would allow us to have a little more flexibility with entry-level world language at the high school. Also, Ms. McGuire, principal at the middle school, took a look at the enrollment and expected enrollment for next year and determined that she needs an additional 0.2 STEM teacher to be able to accommodate all the students through the STEM course rotation. So those are a couple of the slight increases to the FTEs at the middle school and high school.
I'm going to step my toe into this one. The full-day kindergarten, it's back on the table again. It's $450,000 worth of your budget request. It's not required by law to pay for it. I heard a compelling argument by Ms. Deacon, who's here. But I think it's important to repeat it for the public that don't go on the YouTubes for the past school committee meetings. Why are we asking for that to be fully funded as part of this budget?
I think this has been an ongoing conversation for a long time, and I do believe that when full-day kindergarten was offered back in the early days, which I believe was in the 2011, 2012 range, some of you may remember. I think that there were additional grants available at that time encouraging districts to bring full-day kindergarten programs into their school districts. I think that we all have spoken ad nauseum about the merits of full-day kindergarten. Most of our families are opting to have their children in full-day kindergarten, but it certainly does place a burden on families, and we're asking our families at this point to pay the full $3,000 tuition between May and September so that those tuition funds can be used during that school year, and it has been a burden for a number of our families who were having to work payment plans out, or they're expressing to us that it's difficult. I think that we believe that full-day kindergarten is necessary with the curriculum demands in public schools in 2025, in that we expect many of our students to be reading by the end of kindergarten. It's different than when some of us were in school, when first grade really was that pivotal year of learning to read. Everything's been pushed back. And so if we aren't offering a full-day kindergarten program, our students are missing out on the opportunity to take part in specials, to have lunch. I'm sure I could get Laurel up here to give her whole impassioned speech again, but it's late. So I think that we as educators feel that it's in the students' best interest to be able to have that full-day kindergarten program, and that we do not believe that this should be families having to make decisions about how they're going to fund that, or whether or not their kids can participate in it. I think that the thought has been it may become mandated. It has not been mandated so far, but we certainly believe that children require that full-day program at this point.
And there's one class of half-day, or there's...
We don't run a half-day class any longer, so if families indicate that they would like their child to be part of a half-day program, they stay in one of the full-day classes until...
Just leave.
Yep, till a natural transition time, midday.
Okay. Approximately how many kids are enrolled in that?
5 this year.
5 kids. Okay. Has there been any discussion about phasing this out? Similar to how we had these discussions about option 1 and option 2, difficult economic times here, trying to phase this out as opposed to just biting the bullet and doing the $450,000 and ending this conversation.
I think that we've talked about phasing the cost in for a number of years, and the decision that we were faced with was that we were going to have to reduce staff members to be able to phase the program in. So we prioritized, and the school committee prioritized for a number of years, that it was more important to keep the class size low and to keep educators in front of students, and to put that off another year, hoping that at some point there would be less of a financial constraint, which we have not experienced. I think we were leading up to being able to phase that in, and then we hit the pandemic years, which kind of just threw everything into a turmoil. So we haven't had discussions recently about phasing it in. We have been talking about the last 2 years with the opportunity during an override would be to just see if we are able to absorb that cost into the operating budget once and for all, so that we don't have to go back and forth with families with the tuition.
Okay. I'm not on the school committee, so I won't overstep anymore. But I don't have any more questions for tonight.
Fernando.
Maybe it's a question for the school committee. My understanding that the 4.83 recommended budget was not a unanimous vote by the school committee. Maybe you can explain why that was not the case.
Kelly Bresnahan, School Committee Chair. Well, I can't get in the minds of other school committee members. So this is a little dangerous, but from the meeting, one member had a lot of special education questions for the special ed director, which I personally didn't understand how that translated to the budget. So that person needs to speak for herself.
Okay.
And then the other voted no, I think because of full-day kindergarten. That was my takeaway. Is that your takeaway? That was what was articulated. Yes. So it did pass. Yes. So we vote the whole number, and we vote cost centers, right? So the cost center for our 2000s is all the personnel, and it included full-day kindergarten.
Right, okay.
And so if you don't accept a cost center, then you don't accept the full budget.
All right, then.
That's, last year it changed to us voting cost centers instead of the number. So when it came to the number, there were 2 no's and 3 yeses.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now everybody, because we're a board, supports the
the 4.8.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just wanted to understand the context behind
That's my understanding.
Okay.
So it was between special ed and
And-
full-day kindergarten.
Full-day kindergarten. Okay, well, thank you for attempting to answer the question.
Anything else for the schools from this board?
No.
Okay. Move on to Public Works. Any questions on salaries?
Yeah, I have a question on salaries.
Go right ahead.
Basically, are we still, I don't know who to direct the question to, maybe
Any of us, we're all here.
Rennie.
Go ahead, what do you
Are
got?
we still having the custodians reporting to each department head, or do we have a centralized custodian service managed by our facilities director? What do we have?
It's sort of a bifurcated system. So some report some places and others report other places.
You would think it makes sense to have one person
Yes.
kind of managing. What's stopping us from consolidating and being efficient in our use of custodians?
Collective bargaining.
All right.
Yep.
Are we going to address that at some point in time?
Yep.
All right, I'm glad you're trying. All right, I see nodding in the head and the back there as well, so that's
Yeah, 3 deep.
that's 3 deep, that'd be really good. Okay, all right, that's the question I had there.
Any questions to my left? And Cindy had to leave the meeting, so it's just us four. All right, moving on to the second page, DPW administration, salaries. This is OSHA compliance.
Yes.
We have to be OSHA compliant.
Yes.
So what is this for? I
To be
mean,
compliant. No, I'm just kidding.
no, we gotta, I mean, we gotta,
Forgive me.
even OSHA needs to be OSHA compliant, right?
Exactly. I'm going to yield to Sheila on that one. If you don't mind, Sheila, thank you.
I think the answer is we're not really. We're not fully compliant. That's not the answer.
So you may be aware that the town was issued a citation.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
So this past year, the town was issued a safety citation by DLS.
Yep.
We do have a outside consultant that helps us with safety, but clearly we haven't been doing enough. So the intent with this, and it was something we had proposed last year as well, is to have an in-house person help us facilitate internally safety programs and to ensure that we're adhering to all OSHA compliance in DPW.
Yeah, that's a good point. So basically, we weren't fully compliant. Why isn't this amount not in 5A? It seems like safety and ensuring the safety of our employees is paramount. Why is this not in 5A, this small amount?
Too many priorities in 5A.
Oh, come on. Safety is not a priority and being in compliance with?
Of course it
It
is.
is,
There's-
it is.
There's many competing priorities. And you
Well,
just heard the entire sheet talk about-
Yeah, and a lot of OSHA violations are paperwork. So one OSHA violation is not equal to another. But we want to have zero, obviously. Mary, do you have something to add to that? Okay.
Well, I
On
tried,
Fernando-
Sheila.
on Fernando's point, I mean, we're prioritizing the new position of an engineer over safety in the DPW budget. That's concerning. I struggle with that.
So, as you heard Sheila say, we do have an outside consultant that we are working with, but this is a stipend to be paid to an existing employee to help facilitate with additional safety and training in-house.
Okay.
I think it should be in 5A, but obviously we can't find the money. All right.
Moving on to highway and road maintenance, we have salaries, line 54. Any questions?
No, so this is for the mechanic is in the first budget, right?
Right.
And one new highway position is in the first budget,
Not new.
No?
No.
Not new, restored.
Restored.
restored. Are there any new positions in this ask? No.
No, this ask would be to restore another rift position.
Right.
So Sheila's currently down a number of positions
Yeah.
as we speak, and this would be to restore an additional one of those.
All right.
Yep.
Council on Aging, see, we have Joanne, in case we have any questions. I think this was covered during Renee's presentation.
Yeah.
September.
But I notice this also includes Care Solace, which is an important component. Any questions for Council on Aging?
No, but in full disclosure, I'm not comfortable going to the town and asking for additional monies for services that, in an override budget to cover these costs. I feel like, is it a need? Is it a, I understand it is something that we'd love to do. I'd love to do a whole bunch of things, but I really have a lot of concern asking taxpayers to pay for the services that I wish we could find a way for them to pay for themselves completely. If we're going to do these at home, maybe we could increase the cost of those meals to cover the delivery or make that position not a full-time benefit eligible position. Other ways to try to soften the impact of those costs I would like to see.
Well, luckily we have Joanne. Joanne, not to put you on the spot, but since you're here, if you can answer this, it'd be terrific.
Sure. So in FY25, we served 26,041 meals, both on site and in the community. That's a 21% increase over the previous year. The meals were prepared in our kitchen. 50% of those meals are, are delivered into our community, and that's 13,269 meals. And those are delivered to our homebound residents. When this program was started in 2003, the Home Delivered Meals Manager delivered 2,820 meals, working 19 hours a week. We have seen a 370% increase in participation in that program. And that's because of the increased number of older adults in our community. But we haven't seen an increase in our staffing pattern. So we're at the point where, because of additional requirements that we have from Title III, the support that is needed for the volunteer drivers and paperwork, we need to increase this position from a 19-hour to a 32-hour position. It's long overdue. If there was another way to do it, I would have already done it. But we are really at the breaking point, staffing-wise.
Go ahead, Mike.
Joanne, I think an important point you made before is this brings in revenue, correct?
Yes.
That you return to the town. How much was that?
Yeah, so last year, our line item for our food service was $80,000, and we brought in $112,000 to our general fund. So we do bring in more than the line item that we are allocated.
So even if we added the $15,000 for food supplies, we'd probably cover that with the revenue.
Exactly, and above that.
All right, thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Joanne? All right, thank you, Joanne. Next is library, restoring Sunday hours. Any questions? Nope.
Couldn't they have already restored their Sunday hours if they? No, it's a bigger question. I'll pass on the question.
Okay.
I'll say.
No other questions on library at the moment? Just looking up and down the table? Okay. All right, next is beach operations, 79 salaries, adding a assistant beach ops manager. Any questions from the board?
I've beat this dead horse. I don't think that we should continue to, again, it's a full-time position, a new position in an override budget in a time when it's a, I feel like these should be must-haves. I'm not sold on that. I definitely don't, I have problems with the, but it's short money, but the, what do they call it? Escorting service. It's getting late. We've been at this for hours, so I'm losing it. But I think I voiced my concerns about this new position, as well as I think the others shared the concern about the escorting at the last meeting.
Okay.
Can I just share
Please.
my views on this? So basically, there's only one person, right? One employee that manages the beach operations, right?
Artie.
So in a way,
Correct.
yeah, Artie. So in a way, it's almost the same arguments we have with Nancy. If Artie is out, we have nobody there to cover an employee, right? So basically, this provides backup and support when Artie's not there, and so Artie ends up working in the summertime many hours over an addition that he doesn't get paid for. And so if we want to ensure access to the beach and generate the revenues that we need for our budget, then I think this one is to me a no-brainer. He definitely needs backup there. He definitely needs somebody to help cover during the season and in the off-season. Basically, the beach is open 365 days a year now. And so it seems a bit, he needs holidays, right? He needs time off. And so you're asking somebody to work essentially 365 days a year, supervising people there to provide the correct oversight to ensure that the habitat conservation plan, which is critical for ensuring the beach is open. So this one here, I feel quite strongly that we need to support.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
No, I've said my comments.
So we'll move on to Mike's question about 710, line 82, item 710, principal on debt service for $200,000. Mary.
Okay, I'm happy to start, but I have a feeling Betsy might want to jump up on this one too. But so the town has a set of financial policies, and we try to follow that framework as best we can. One of the financial policies that the town has adopted is with respect to debt service. And there's two types of debt service. There's the debt exclusions, which are outside of the levy limitations, and then there's debt within the levy. So things that don't qualify or we haven't asked the community to support for an exclusion. That debt within the levy pays for, we've seen it pay for things like some facility repairs at the school department, a fire breaker truck that we recently purchased, a number of other things that don't qualify to the magnitude of a debt exclusion. The policy says that the town shall or should attempt to carry at least 1% to 2.5% of the total tax levy net of exempt debt. And that comes out to a number every year when the tax levy changes. So the target is 1 to 2.5% of the levy. We are currently at, for FY26, 0.45%. For FY27, we will be at 0.78%. So we are under even the lower limit of that threshold that we have set as a financial framework for us to be able to take on debt financing for additional capital projects. So every year, we ask the departments to put together their laundry list of capital projects for the next 5 years. And every year, we have the same conversation that there's not enough resources in order to tackle a lot of the projects that we know really should be getting done in a much more timely fashion. So by providing the additional capacity within our budget to be able to utilize debt financing for some capital projects, we will be able to get through that laundry list and be able to be more disciplined to make sure that we're allocating a portion of our levy every single year to addressing those needs.
Why isn't this in 5A?
I'm sorry?
So why isn't this in 5A?
Capacity. Literally financial capacity.
Yep. Mrs. Sullivan.
I've been harping on this for a while, so Mary's being nice. Every family, we often talk about how I would manage my house or how I would manage my business, but it's just good practice to have the ability to do smaller projects, smaller things, a car loan, if you're equating it to your house, a mortgage. You have a certain amount of what you carry in your day-to-day and your budgeting that will take you so that you can do some larger items and keep up with it and pay it out over at an acceptable level. This one, and it seems innocuous line that we have not kept up with, has contributed significantly to the fall down in the facilities and capital that we have experienced. We have not had the ability to do some of these smaller or more reasonable projects because we could not carry the debt that our guidelines has prescribed. So we're just trying to get back on board. What happened was you have a pay off a bond or you pay off a borrowing, frees up a little something in the levy, and then if it moves over to operating, you never see it again. This is going to help us stick to our guidelines that we feel is good business practice, good municipal finance practice, so that we can do some of these smaller projects under the levy, not have to go for a debt exclusion and burden the taxpayer. It's something that we can hold. And if we don't use all of it, the suggestion would be that you earmark it, you hold it, you don't give it away. That 200, if there is X amount of money that was in the prescribed limit and you aren't using that whole limit, then you carry it forward so that you can do it.
So where does this money get held? Where does this money go?
It would be,
into
it
the
would
general
be
fund?
excess levy capacity, wouldn't it? at the end?
Excess levy capacity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We don't
It's
have
just,
we don't
I mean,
have to
it's not
spend it.
held as though it's put in a separate account, but it's part of our guidelines, and we look at how we're spending our money over the course of the year. Have we left the capacity to do this borrowing for day-to-day expenses or smaller capital
But
expenses?
I've heard you in the past be concerned about money that isn't specifically earmarked. And
Well, I'd love to earmark it. I'm trying to be nice.
well, I do worry that if it isn't earmarked, it could get incorporated into, it's like, money that goes into your checking account. All of a sudden, it's gone.
drifts
You had
away.
it there a minute ago.
Well, that's what's happened, and that's why we're down to 0.45. So this would enable us to then have the ability to right the ship, work within our guidelines, and be mindful of it as we are with the other benchmarks that we have in our financial guidelines when we're discussing budgets.
All right, any other questions about line 82? How about lines 86 and 88 to round us out?
I have no questions.
I don't see anything on my left. Okay. Before we close this out, Mrs. Sullivan, is there anything that the Finance Committee would like us to consider that we haven't discussed tonight regarding these items?
I might have known 3
It's okay to
hours
say
ago.
no, but they want to give you the
Me too.
opportunity since we're all here.
I might have had something 3 hours ago, but right now, no,
All right.
thank you.
Okay.
I got a quick conclusion.
Thank you.
I got a quick conclusion.
Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to let you know that in the future, we're going to be having an informational meeting on this proposed FY27 budget sometime after the first of the year. I'll certainly let everybody in this room and online know, and everybody that's interested. I want to extend my thanks and gratitude to all the department heads and their staff members for the work they've done here, and for everybody attending tonight. Thank you all. I really do appreciate it and participating. I appreciate all of your efforts. Also, my sincerest thanks to our Finance Director, Mary McKinnon, who's done a tremendous job in assisting us all through this process. And thank you for your time.
We echo those thanks as
Yes.
well.
Thank
A lot of
you.
work.
There you go.
Thank you all. All right, let's
you very
move to
much.
the Town Manager's Report. Mr. Reed,
You just had it.
you don't have anything to add?
That's all I've been doing.
Okay. Let's move on to event permits.
Yeah, I move that, sorry, I jumped ahead.
Go right ahead.
I move that Mr. Peter Andrew, as a representative of the Friends of the Council on Aging, is granted permission to hold the 14th Annual Duxbury Half Marathon to raise money for the Senior Centres programs on Saturday, April 4th, 2026 at 7:30 a.m. and ending approximately 11 a.m., beginning and ending at the Duxbury Senior Centre, 10 Mayflower Street, as described in the application materials and contingent upon the conditions of the permit.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? And since it's just the four of us, we can just have a regular voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 4-0. Next minutes, we have executive session minutes from December 8th.
I move to approve the December 8th, 2025 Select Board Executive Session minutes regarding collective bargaining, with the contents remain unavailable until the need for confidentiality has passed.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 4-0. would you like to declare a bonus shellfish season for the
love
month
to.
of January
I would
2026?
love to declare a bonus shellfish season for the month of January 2026. I move that Select Board declares a temporary bonus shellfish season for the commercial harvesting of soft shell clams for the month of January, regulations as attached. The commercial harvesting of
Cohogs.
cohogs clams for the month of January, regulations as attached.
Is there a second? Okay, motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 4-0. I understand we have a number of announcements this evening.
Do I have to read them all out?
Let's.
We'll be here all night. But anyway, let me start. 2026 dog licenses. The 2025 dog licenses expire on December 31st. A mail-in renewal form will be included with the annual street listing census for those wishing to renew a dog license by mail. Licenses may also be purchased at the town clerk's office or by using the online ordering system. A link to the online payment center can be found on the town's website at www.town.duxbury.ma.us. Dog licenses must be purchased prior to April 1st to avoid a $25 late fee per dog. 2026 dog walking permits. Dog walking permits are required to take your dog to the town of Duxbury, conservation land, and the beach. Resident dogs must first be licensed with the town in order to obtain a dog walking permit. Non-resident pet owners must show proof of licensing in their town in order to purchase a walking permit. This fee covers the cost of the mutt mitts, the pet waste removal bags located around the town. Annual street listing census. The 2025 annual street listing census will be mailed in the coming weeks. Please take a moment to sign the form, making changes if necessary, and return it to the town clerk's office within 10 days. This information will be used to compile the annual street list books, which are available for purchase in June. No voter can be added to the voting rolls or update a current voter's political party using the census form. To register to vote or update your voter registration, please visit the office to complete a voter registration card or register online at www.sec.state.ma.us. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 51, Section 4C, failure to respond to the census for 2 consecutive years shall result in removal from the active voting list and may result in removal from the voter registration rolls. Nomination papers for the annual town election. The following offices will be on the ballot for March 28, 2026 annual town election. 2 Select Board members for a term of 3 years. 1 Board of Assessor member for a term of 3 years. 2 School Committee members for a term of 3 years. 1 Planning Board member for a term of 5 years. 1 Planning Board member for an unexpired term of 2 years. 2 Board of Library Trustee members for a term of 3 years, and 1 Duxbury Housing Authority member for a term of 5 years. Nomination papers will be available in the Town Clerk's office on January 5th, 2026. A candidate must obtain 50 signatures of registered voters to appear on the ballot. The nomination papers are due back to the Town Clerk by Saturday, February 7th, 2026 at 5 p.m. for signature certification. Election workers. Anyone interested in becoming an election worker should contact the Town Clerk's office for an application and information packet. State-provided election worker training will take place in late winter, early spring. Training is required prior to commencement of service and every 2 years going forward. Holiday closures, Town Hall office hours. Wednesday, December 24th, 2025, Christmas Eve, open 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Thursday, December 25th, 2025, Christmas Day, closed all day. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, New Year's Day, closed all day. The Duxbury Council on Aging hours, Wednesday, December 24th, 2025, Christmas Eve, closed at 12 noon. Thursday, December 25, 2025, Christmas Day, closed all day. Friday, December 26th, 2025, otherwise known as Boxing Day, closed all day. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, New Year's Day, closed all day. The Duxbury Free Library's hours follows: Wednesday, December 24th, 2025, Christmas Eve, open 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Thursday, December 25th, 2025, Christmas Day, closed all day. Wednesday, December 31st, 2025, New Year's Eve, open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, New Year's Day, closed all day. The Percy Walker Pool and Transfer Station hours. Thursday, December 2025, Christmas Day, I presume it's closed. Thursday,
think so.
January.
Yep.
Your presumption is correct.
It says, yeah, it doesn't say. Thursday, January 1st, 2026, New Year's Day, closed. The next Select Board meeting,
Next year.
is next year.
That's right.
Monday, January 5th, 2026, at 6:30 p.m. One final announcement. Da-da-da-dum. Duxbury Free Library Blood Drive. Monday, December 29th, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the Mary Room, Duxbury Free Library at 77 Alden Street, Duxbury. For an appointment, please visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS, which is 1-800-733-2767. Questions? Email scorreia@duxbury.ocln.org. Give something that means something.
Well done, Fernando. I would only add to that, on behalf of the town, we wish our residents a happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays.
All of them.
Did we miss anything?
And we thank,
The Kwanzaa.
we thank Nancy and Randy for all the hard work.
Yay!
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
May I have another motion?
And our press.
Yeah, there's
Yes, ATD, Mr. Gorman.
sticking it out here. It's a late night.
10:05.
All right, may I have a motion? No, I will make a motion.
Yes, I-
Let's second it.
And also, our friends at the local scene in there, sticking it out.
Yay!
Yep, sorry,
Happy
sorry we're
holidays,
so
folks.
late.
Happy holidays,
We're
everybody.
gonna buy him a lamp for his room.
That's right, yeah,
Poor
he
guy.
needs you need a lamp.
All right,
Get
You
the
might have
ball.
just hit record.
Motion
and come
to
back
adjourn the
So,
final
second.
select board meeting of
Motion.
2025.
well put. I have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion carries 4-0. We're adjourned. All right, thank you.
Great year.